Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Monday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 20 minutes. It is a gorgeous day outside. Yeah, it's a little on the cool side, but great. Clear skies, 19 degrees Celsius. Track listed as fast. Of course, as always, the announcer listed as slow, with the exception of our handicapping host. He's fast. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. No changes, race number 1. Race number 2, number 6, LeBoy is scratched, and number 7, Bet the Max, changing blind bridle to blinkers, and minus the Murphy blind on the left. Races 3 and 4, no changes. No changes, races 3 or 4. In race number 5, that's just the also eligible is out. Race 6, no changes. Race 7, the also eligible is out. And races 8 through 10, there are no changes. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race 1 will go as programmed. And the second race, note that number 6, LeBoy, is scratched. And number 7, Bet the Max, changing blind bridle to blinkers and is removing the Murphy blind on the left. It's currently 18 minutes to post time. Time to welcome in our London Bureau Chief from Western Fair Raceway, or at least I believe you're at Western Fair. Sugar Doyle, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm here in the Grand River Raceway Studios on track at the Raceway at Western Fair District. And you mentioned a little cooler. Gary, you will never, ever hear me complain about cool summertime.
No, it's perfect today. I know there are some
Perfect.
people. Look, if you took the week off and you're up at the beach, maybe you're not as happy. But you know what, Sugar? We're not at the beach. Grand River Raceway and the London Bureau Chief at Western Fair. That's where we are. And look, while we're at it, I just wanted to mention I went in to look at that when I mentioned the raffle for Clinton Raceway, the public hospital, closing
Yeah,
Friday at 8 p.m. I just typed in rafflebox.ca/raffle, and I could
yeah.
mention that doesn't take you quite exactly. So across the top, there's a little banner, and it says "Find a Raffle." You click on that, and on the left-hand side, there's a little search box. You type in Clinton, and bingo bango, you get there. So I just wanted to add that's coming up
Yeah.
Friday. Just, because sometimes people will give you an instruction, and you follow them, like, well, hold on a second. There's a little more to the story. So there's the little more to the story. You got to look for
Oh,
Find
yeah.
a Raffle and then type in Clinton over on the left where there's a search box.
Oh, your info is perfect there because I was following your steps, and that's how I've done it to go there. There's over $2,700 now going home with the winner. So over $5,400 in the total pot. And of course, with it being a 50-50, half of that is going to go to the winner. So likely to go well up and over $3,000 to the winner when it's all said and done. Plus, there's that online action as well. You can find the online action at bidbeacon.com and some really nice prizes to bid on there. We mentioned you can golf with Hall of Famer John Campbell, the legend. There's a PEI cottage rental for Old Home Week, table for four, Red Shore Charlottetown for Gold Cup and Saucer Night, Maple Leaf tickets as well, Toronto Maple Leaf tickets, all ready to bid on there for the online auction, all part of the Clinton Legends Day weekend coming right up.
You know, I think John Campbell, of all of the famous people of horse racing that will cover my entire career that I've never actually met, John Campbell I've never met. That would be, if you had to say I can meet one person that's of all the famous people from harness racing, you'd love to meet John Campbell and also just a
I've
great
got
guy.
I've got a little story about that, and it's not going to take long.
Go
John
ahead.
Campbell. I was down in Summerside. I was there for a bit of a holiday. You know me, I take a holiday now and then, right? Anyway, I'm at the Wellness Center, which is right next to the track in Summerside, Prince Edward Island. and there's a big crowd there. It's guy walks up and pokes me on the arm. Sugar Doyle. Look, it was John Campbell. I was like fanboy, and I was just blown away that a guy like John Campbell come to my small town, and here we are face to face meeting. And then, I was working with Tony Elliott at the Raceway about 5, 6 years ago. He was the track manager for racing. He was the one that got the high bid, or his dad did, and it was a birthday gift, something like that. I ended up going out with Tony and his dad to golf with John Campbell here in London. Amazing.
It's great when you can meet some of your heroes. And
Oh,
I was listening to this.
what shoulders,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I was listening to this hockey show, and Wayne Gretzky was talking about, sometimes they say don't meet your heroes, but he said his hero was Gordie Howe, and he ended up when early on meeting Gordie Howe, and he said, "Wow, he was even better than I possibly could have hoped for." So sometimes your heroes live up to and exceed even the billing that they come. And Gordie Howe, of course, would have had
Oh.
big billing, but I think it's when they come from small towns. Gordie Howe, Floral, Saskatchewan; John Campbell, Elsa Craig.
Indeed, I mean, when I met, he was so down to earth and very easy to talk to. Even out golfing, it was just like golfing with pals that you'd known for quite a long time. I love it, meeting people like that, big names that they. It's like you said. I think it's being brought up in small towns and stuff, and they're just regular people. Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wayne Gretzky, Brantford, Ontario. And of course, Wayne was even saying, one of the problems people always, when they would meet Wayne's dad, he said, well, then I never got to talk after that, because between Wayne, and said apparently Gordy, if Gordy and Wayne were together, I could just stand there because it would be Wayne and my dad, Walter, and Gordy doing all the talking because they wanted to talk to them.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, I could see that. Yeah.
Walter, the mayor of Brantford, and they even have his portrait on the fire station just off the main road.
Wow.
Big giant portrait right on the garage doors, Walter. And I even believe that horse, Walter, just Walter. I'm pretty certain that's named after Walter Gretzky, because he would be the kind of guy when somebody'd say Mr. Gretzky, he'd probably be saying, no, Walter, just Walter.
See, I'd never thought of that one, but you probably hit the nail on the head right there with it.
I'm guessing at that, but I've been told that Walter was just like, no, I'm not Mr. Gretzky. You know what? But you're Mr. Doyle. You know what, Mr. Doyle? 4 minutes from now, let's dive into the pick five.
Sure, sounds good. All set for a Wednesday at the river. Welcome back to the show, everyone. You're watching Grand River Raceway, a Wednesday evening card with 10 races on tap, and the weather looks great. Blue skies, clear and sunny, 18 Celsius, just a beauty of an evening for horse racing at the Grand River Raceway. We've got a pick five to dive into right off the bat, $5,000 guaranteed pool. And we will have some ticket ideas coming up for you now. I've got one mapped out here. The cost is $21.60 on a 20-cent wager. The opening leg, I went the way of 2, 3, and 7. Early bird special picks up Jody Jameson tonight. Brady Galliers for the 3 funny business. And number 7, Blue Star Sapphire, switching hands now, goes from the Dave Kelly barn to trainer Gerard Demers, and that has Austin Sorey going in the bike. So there's a strong combination on the B tracks of Ontario. Sorey with Demers now in play for 7, Blue Star Sapphire in the opener. Over to race number 2. A key scratch of number 6, LeBoy came out, so that had been going the way of 3, 4, and 8. We've got Rush the Line and Happy Jeff, a couple of 2-year-olds in there, and we'll also include number 8, Chucky Bovino. If you want to go back and check his replay from the July 8th start, he made up a ton of ground in the final half, paced the back half in 55 flat, I believe, and then came on the wide side to close up really strong on the end of his mile. Chucky Bovino at 12-1 in the morning line. I think you want to use him there in race number 2. The third race, we're on 3, EA Banknote, along with 7, Speedy Dancer. Number 7, my top selection in there. Fourth race, went to another 7 in Sport of Kings. We'll just have to mind his manners in there. The 9, Coal Creek Nacho, also gets a look from me on leg 4 of the pick 5 play. And over into race number 5, we're going to go 3 deep there with Rowdy Patrick on the inside, outside gate to end of the trail. And then from the back tier, trailing spot number 9, Jimmy's on a roll. He is trying for his 3rd straight victory tonight. I'm in to go once again for $21.60 on a 20-cent play. Gary Guy standing by. Gary with his early pick 5 ticket idea. Let's do it, Gary.
By the way, I'm not standing by. I'm sitting by. I am a sit-down announcer. No standing up. How about in that first race? I'm on Blue Star Sapphire. In fact,
Yeah.
I've got the first 2 there. I didn't go further than 2 deep because, well, look, the 7 is even money, and I just wanted one cover-up, one backup plan, early bird special, Jody
Sure.
Jameson, Lindsay Kerr. That might be enough. We'll see. In the second dash, again, I went to 2 deep and left out one of yours, but I did take your top 2, so I've got the same idea with Chucky Bovino and also Rush the
Sure.
Line. And race number 3, well, I've got a couple there, the 3 and the 1. I left out Speedy Dancer, so I'm going with the EA Banknote
No
and Spare.
Copley.
No, I'm
Wow.
just I'm off Speedy Dancer, but that could be my
Okay.
downfall. Fourth race, I just flipped I have the same 2 as you. I just flipping the order, but it's the same deal between Coal Creek Nacho and
Sure.
Sport of Kings. So I have those 2,
Yeah.
and then in that 5th race, I decided to at least go 3 deep. So I got to have my $9.60 ticket, and you know what? I have the 9, 8, and 4. So the 9, 8, and
Yep.
4 are. I did not use your 1, Rowdy Patrick. Instead, I went to Smoothie's Delight. He was off
Okay.
a decent effort last time out. Worked on the outside, finished 3rd, 54-2, and so I went that direction. But nonetheless, I do also have Jimmy's on a roll, which I think is I think the roll is going to keep going. So end of the trail from the outside post. I did go to Jamie Copley there, despite post 8. And look, I got a lot of regard for
Sure.
Jamie Copley. There's no negative to that.
Oh.
Just you can't take them all, and I like to be at my $9.60.
You do like that 960 price, and I do know that our friend of the show, Conley Ecclestone, he likes his 2880 price, and he's gone right back to that number for his early pick 5 ticket idea. We're about 3 minutes away from a post parade of race number 1. For Conley, the opening leg, he's on 2, 3, 7, and 8. So I've got 2, 3, 7. He adds in the 8 5-star rating for the outside gate. There's Filion and Copley. Third time Copley, mind you, with the 8 in tonight's opener. Over to race number 2. Conley went the way of 1. Sipta, 3, Rushed the Line. And number 7, Bet the Max. No 8, Chucky Bovino for Conley in race 2. The third race, he's on 3 and 6, being EA Banknote and Car Wash Blues. Fourth race, 3 deep in there with Carson's Wicket 1, Sport of Kings, and Cold Creek Nacho. And on the end of his pick 5 play, he went outside the end of the trail for trainer Copley. And number 9 from the trailing spot, Jimmy's on a roll for trainer Rachel Andrew. Again, 28.80 if you want to go in for the pick 5 play. Matching up with a ticket idea from our friend of the show, Connolly Ecclestone. So there you have it. Best of luck to all racing and playing. Once again, a beauty of an evening for a horse race at Grand River Raceway. Clear and fast with an 18 degrees Celsius temperature. Good luck, all.
Field on post parade for race number 1. 1 is Outlaw. Kiss My Class. Jill Bouvier drives for Tatiolis. Number 2 is Early Bird Special. Jody James for Lindsay Curran, Jeffrey Mayhew, and Sally Charlton, Derek Romano. Number 3 is Funny Business. Brady Collier for Pat Rillo, Stephanie DiPietro, and Don Carswell and Henry Vertoli. Number 4 is Safe Passage. Daryl Thiessen for Mike McLennan and Phyllis McLennan. Number 5 is Ardine Gracie, Lauren House for Ryan Stewart and Triple S Equine. Number 6, Nasty Reputation. Scott Calder for Gary Rive and Ashley Matthew Rive Bohannic. Number 7 is Blue Star Sapphire. Austin Surrey for Gerard Demers and Marc-Andre Simino. And to braid his 5-star rating, Sammy Filia for Jamie Copley. Field of 8, race number 1. Let's get a look at this field. And Sugar number 7, Blue Star Sapphire. You mentioned it. First start, Gerard Demers. Look at Gerard. 100 wins in 511 starts. So that's a pretty nice clip.
He does well, right? And the combination of Demers and Sori on horses throughout the beat tracks of Ontario, it's been killer since last fall and maybe long before then. So it's a good mix going into play with number 7, Blue Star Sapphire. Now, I knew the owners of Blue Star Sapphire prior to switching to the Mayor's Barn, and I would hear from a co-owner, Don McDougall, about Blue Star Sapphire. She definitely knows where the wire is. She loves to be on top, but if she gets an eyeball, around 3/4, she needs that wire, and she knows where it is, and she'll pack it in pretty good right after the finish line. So she'd want to be on top and maybe have a few lengths of separation turning for home. But if they're with her, beware, they could take her hard away late in the mile because, again, she knows where that wire is, and she's always looking for it when on the lead.
Well, right now the second choice on the board is 9-5, so pretty close. And early bird special, Jody Jamieson, Lindsay Kerr. This is one that, boy, over the last 2 seasons has 18 runner-up finishes, does have 11 wins, and also 14 thirds. So one that loves to land on the top 3, pretty strong connections, better post, 8-5.
Yeah, early bird special, one of the most consistent mares in Ontario last season. She was 35 for 41 in the top 3. That included 9 victories. And she's come back to be pretty good again this season. 8 for 11 in the top 3, including a couple of wins. Now, it's been a little while since she's gotten her picture taken for a victory, but he's expected to get a pretty good trip in here again. She's been 2-hole riding in each of her last 4 starts, and I see more of the same tonight with Jody Jamieson hopping on board.
Yeah, although the owners can't be too upset because you got, during the last 6, you have 3 seconds, a couple thirds, and a fourth. So keeps on putting money in the bank account, and that's usually a pretty good plan. Number 3, Funny Business, 6-1 on the board, off a better last race, finishing 3rd. Nice turnaround because had a couple that weren't good.
Yeah, Brady got along fine with this mare last time out. Set her mid-pack and was able to come on and pass a couple of horses through the final half. Her back half is decent too, Gary. 50, 6, and 3. So I had to include her in the opening leg of this pick 5 sequence. Right now, she's holding at 5-1, a clear 3rd choice behind co-favorites 2 and 7.
And Outlaw Kiss My Class is one that needs to break the streak of 3 consecutive 6th place finishes. Is back in the same class. Gets the inside. Had the inside a couple of times in June, and it didn't work out. We'll see what happens. But you've used this one on your ticket.
Just calling her best of the rest. I really like 2, 3, and 7 to hit the top 3 spots, and then it was more like throwing a dart at a board for the 4th and final spot in this one. So I looked at the 1 and thought, okay, inside advantage, and more than capable if the trip is there to hit that superfecta play.
The one that I went to for best of the rest, because we both have 7-2-3, was 6 Nasty Reputation. And one that left well last race. Now, it's a tougher post, but 54 and 4 mile here to finish 3rd. So, but look, just for somewhere on the ticket, 1 win in 52 starts for Nasty Reputation.
Yeah, but Gary, you know what? If she can put up a 54 mile tonight, she will hit the top 3 or 4. That's all she's got to do is do what she's been doing her last couple.
It's a field of 8. It's race number 1. First of 10 dashes on a wonderful Wednesday night as we are gathered at the river. Field 4, race number 1. He is at the start of the rough and from the outside. Blue Star Sapphire, Nasty Reputation, Early Bird Special, Outlaw Kiss My Class, and then it is Funny Business and 5-star rating. Safe Passage and Ardine Gracie's back trailing to field. Nasty Reputation with the lead. But Early Bird Special now is driving on, and Early Bird Special is dueling early with Nasty Reputation, who made the front. Early Bird Special dropped down to 2-5 on the board. Early Bird Special and Jody Jameson, the Green Machine, planted on the lead. Nasty Reputation is racing position second, and then racing on the outside, that is Blue Star Sapphire coming first over as they race their way on past us. And then on the inside, Outlaw Kiss My Class. To the outside fifth is Funny Business, and racing sixth is 5-star rating. Then Safe Passage and Ardine Gracie. Off at 27 4/4, they head up to the half. Early Bird Special leads early in the first dash, and they race their way on past the half now. Nasty Reputation, long shot, filling the pocket. Blue Star Sapphire is third, still has to make up 2 lengths, and then Outlaw Kiss My Class, and Funny Business is advancing a bit. Second over from the backfield, Ardine Gracie is coming on gamely. Ardine Gracie is moving up substantially, and then 5-star rating and Safe Passage. It is Early Bird Special. Blue Star Sapphire. Ardine Gracie now has burst onto the scene and is racing second and is flying for Lauren House. Early Bird Special. Ardine Gracie, Nasty Reputation, Blue Star Sapphire, 5-star rating. Then Outlaw Kiss My Class and Safe Passage, but Early Bird Special, 129 1 leads it. Early Bird Special, Nasty Reputation looks for the passing lane, and Ardine Gracie on the outside. Early Bird Special is digging in gamely. Early Bird Special is going to continue. Early Bird Special was good early and good late. Ardine Gracie second. Then Nasty Reputation and Outlaw Kiss My Class, 159 flat. Early Bird Special, 2-5 on the board, Sugar. But look, raced like a 2-5 horse should.
Yeah, she certainly took a lot of late action to make her the heavy favorite in there, and it appears she got things her own way. When I saw the half in 59 flat, I mean, wow, we don't see a softened up half like that around Grand River Raceway too often. It's like Jody kind of put the sleeper hold on them, eh? Like lulled them all to sleep, and 3 and 7 nowhere to be found in there.
And because of that, a couple of longer plays that were up close early, Nasty Reputation left well, and because was sitting off of a nice soft piece, was able to stick around and be on the top 3, finishing third behind what I think is a long shot. Let me just looking at 13-1. Ardine Gracie made a big move.
Oh, that was huge, and able to sustain that rally too. I mean, she was out 3 deep a long ways and all the way around that final turn, and yeah, I mean the 6 horse left sharply, rewarded with a spot up close, but the Ardine Gracie able to keep on coming there for the deuce, and yeah, some pretty nice prices underneath a heavy favorite. Early Bird Special, we mentioned it was. It's been a while since she's posed for a picture, but she's going to do it tonight. Jody, right off the hop, and he's not done yet tonight.
No, and we were kind of slightly arguing about which one to use for fourth. Well, we got them both on. I got my 6 on, and you got your 1. So 25-1 on to 45-1, but no 7 in there. But nonetheless, at least if people were looking for ones to throw on towards further down the ticket, we helped out in that spot. But the 2-5 doesn't help a lot.
Sure. 2-5. When you're betting an odds-on favorite, you want big players underneath. So, yeah, without 3 and 7 in the ticket, I think these mutuals come back pretty good.
Back in front of us is number 2, Early Bird Special. 8-year-old Better's Delight Bay Mare, Jody Jameson, the Green Machine, victorious, adding some more green to his substantial bankroll. Lindsay Kerr is the trainer, Jeffrey Mayhew, Sally Charlton, and Derek Romano, the owners. Third win this year, 28th lifetime. Early Bird Special, Jody Jameson, the Green Machine in the first. First race to early bird special pays 280, 210, 210. 5 Ardine Gracie, 560 and 450, and 6 Nasty Reputation, $5. $2 exactor, $13.60. Try, 41.10. The dollar super, 157.60. 20-cent super, 31.52. River. Field 4, race number 1 is at the start. The first race order of finish from the top is a 418 62375. That's 418 62375 on the bottom.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale at Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Dan Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
River.
Okay, we're about 3 minutes away
Field
from
four,
race number
race
2.
number
We're
one.
3 minutes away from the start of an early pick 4 at the River.
He is at the
Early pick
starter
5, well
off in front of
supported,
the
well over
outside.
$9,000
Sapphire.
in the early pick 5 pool. Still half of that pool live and in play following the victory by a 2-5 favorite in the early bird special, all the way for Jody Jameson. So in race number 2, to open up the pick 4 play, we're going to go 3 deep. 3, 4, and 8. We're using a couple of 2-year-olds here. Rush the Line, Happy Jeff, along with Chucky Bovino from the outside gate. Loved the way he paced his back half there in his latest, a 55 flat. Yeah, I think he's a must play on that pick 4. Third race, I'm on 3 and 7 for EA Banknote, Speedy Dancer. Fourth race, 7 and 9, Sportive King, Cold Creek Nacho, and on the end, it's a 1, 8, and 9. Indigo for just $7.20 on the 20-cent play. $2,500 guaranteed pool pick 4. One more ticket to look at here for track announcer Gary Guy. His top selection in race 2 happens to be the outside starter, Chucky Bovino. Gary sees it too, also including number 4, Happy Jeff, as his plan B. Third race for Gary, EA Banknote as top selection, using with 1 spare. And over into the fourth race, the trailing spot, he went to Cold Creek Nacho, and also includes number 7, Sportive Kings. 3 deep for Gary on the end, with a 9. Jimmy's on a roll, trying for his third straight win. Also includes the 8 end of the trail and the rail starter, Rowdy Patrick. Gary in for $4.80 on his 20-cent play. And one more ticket idea, this one for Conley Ecclestone. Conley got mapped out here. 1, 3, and 7 to start it up, being a Sipta. Rush the Line, a pair of 2-year-olds with the 7, Bet the Max. Third race, Conley opting for 3, EA Banknote, and 6, Car Wash Blues. Conley going 3 deep in the fourth, and on the end, race number 5, Conley electing to go with the outside starter end of the trail in the back tier spot. Jimmy's on a roll. Conley, to play along with Conley's tickets, $7.20 on a 20-cent play. It's the $2,500 guaranteed pool. Pick 4 next.
Field on post parade for the second. 1 is Sipta, Jason Ryan for Doug Bowens, and Russell Taylor and Brendan Chornaby. Number 2 is Baywatch Blue Chip, Travis Gulliver, Scott McEnany, and Versailles Racing, and Kentucky Farm. Number 3 is Rush the Line, Austin Sorry for Ron McDonald and Kelly Scott. Number 4 is Happy Jeff, Jody Jameson for Carl Jameson, and Hut Racing. Number 5 is Bernoulli, Jeffrey Hunt for Patrick Hunt. 6 scratch, 7 bet the max. Lauren House for Jason Sherman and Chris Kane. Number 8 is Chucky Bovino, Andre Goy for Caitlin Graham and Glenview Livestock Limited. And 9 is Lines Alpha, Scott Culver, Ken Oliver, and 3 Lines Racing. It is a field of 8 for race number 2. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, right now, number 8, Chucky Bovino, Andre Goy for Caitlin Graham. 8 starts without a win. In fact, the last 2 were 7th place finishes, and yet we love this one on top. So could you fill us in on why are we enamored with Chucky Bovino?
Well, for Chucky, he's like 3 and 4 seconds better than the rest of the field off of that latest mile, especially where he came the back half in 55 flat. Maybe it's 54 and 4. I had to go back and look at his replay a few times. This horse was flying on the end of his mile. There was no horse getting home better in that last race and Chucky Bovino. I mean, it is a 7th best finish, but if he'd have been closer, say at the halftime, he might have passed many of them to maybe hit the top 3. He looks great, by the way. It's the outside post that could be tough to overcome, but again, when you're showing 3 and 4 seconds better than the rest of the field, and you're facing a few 2-year-olds, mind you, as well. I mean, this horse pops off the page for me big time.
Yeah, Chucky Bovino, 27 and 2 in each of the final 2 quarters. So, by the way, just to add a little clarification, 2 and 2 is 4, right? I just had to take.
I'll tell you what's going on. I see 27 and 2-1, but I've got a pen through the little 2 on the end of 27 the first time, so that's why I was guessing 55, 54 and 4.
Yeah,
okay,
close enough. You know what? I don't think they're going to get close if he races up to the kind of speed he flashed, and because I think 55 with this bunch would get a lot accomplished. But there's one we'll get to in a second, and 6 is scratch, so your second choice is Happy Jeff, and Jody'd be happy to take down Chucky Bovino and get both halves of the early double.
Wouldn't that be something? 2-year-old Colt's son, a better's delight, making his career debut for Carl Jamieson. Now, the Jamiesons are going to be in full force this weekend at Clinton Raceway. I mean, Carl's going to be in the Legends Day Trot. Jody representing Ontario for the National Driving Championship final, and I believe his daughter, Sierra, is involved in the Junior National Driving Championship for the mini horses on the Saturday. So Jody's got the week started off, midweek off right in winning the first race. He'd love to come right back in here with this 2-year-old.
And this one does show 27 and 4 final quarter in that qualifier, and this is one that was bred by Winback Farms in Maryland. So, there's probably some pretty good quality in this horse, and we might find out right here, 3-1 on the board. A couple of others, number 3, Rush the Line, just one qualifier. You look at the first half, 104 first half, so then you're thinking, I don't know, but then 56 and 2 back half.
Yeah, and showed making a move on the outside, so was passing a few horses briefly. He got passed by a couple more late in the mile, but a pretty good showing in that qualifier, July 6th. Now, it's been a few weeks. Maybe he's dropped his time a little more, but good-looking colts on a betting line here for trainer Ron McDonald with Austin teaming up.
And then Bernoulli's had 3 qualifiers. The first one made a break, the second one an equipment break, but things got at least sorted out last time.
Yeah, just sort of like a work in progress, but looks of it, he's a late starter, 4-year-old stallion son of Better's Delight, making the career debut. So it took a little time for him to get there, but we'll see how he gets along here tonight. A little bumpy going in behind the gate, but he could iron things out.
57 and 3 back half in that last qualifier, so there is some wheels there, and it seems to have smoothed out a bit now. It's a field of 8 for the second dash, and it is both with Chucky Bovino 3 to 5.
3 to 5, Gary.
Yikes! You know what? I think Jody with
Crazy
Happy
price.
Jeff might be the value play right now. Happy Jeff is
Yeah.
9-2 on the board. I think I'd be happier with 9-2. It is a field of 8, the second dash on a wonderful Wednesday. Field for the second race is at the start of the rough, and Chucky Bovino is moving very well. Happy Jeff is second. Bernoulli is third away. Then it is Bet the Max, and on the inside, Sipta rushed the line back to Baywatch Blue Chip, and Lions Alpha is trailing the field. Chucky Bovino is 6-5 on the board. Happy Jeff 5-2 is racing second, but right now is about 4 or 5 lengths back of Chucky Bovino, who is on fire early, and Bernoulli is third, and Sipta is racing fourth, and they race their way off the turn, and they come on towards us. Chucky Bovino off a 27-3 opening quarter is just cruising along and has opened a substantial advantage, is about 7 lengths on the lead. Happy Jeff is racing second. Then third is Bernoulli. Fourth on the inside is Sipta. The field races their way on up towards the half. And right now, Chucky Bovino's all alone, moving alone, leading by 6 lengths over Happy Jeff. And Bernoulli third, Sipta fourth. And now to the outside, Bet the Max. Then further back, as they race their way on toward 3/4, we have Lions Alpha and Baywatch Blue Chip, and then Rush the Line. But it is Chucky Bovino who's just having things all his own way. That lead is shrinking a bit, though. Half of 57-2 off that 27-3 opening quarter. Now Happy Jeff has moved up 3/4, 126-3, and Happy Jeff is closing rapidly now. And it is Chucky Bovino who's getting a little weary. Happy Jeff on the outside. Happy Jeff now throws down the gauntlet against Chucky Bovino, who's picked up the challenge. Chucky Bovino is wide awake now, might have fallen asleep a little bit on the lead. Chucky Bovino, Happy Jeff on down the stretch where they come, and that it was Chucky Bovino now to draw off and win. Then for his second, it looked like Happy Jeff may have held on. Bet the Max was flying, and Bernoulli might have won 56-1. Chucky Bovino, I think, was just playing with us there, Sugar, because he might have just taken a little nap and then decided to wake back up.
I think that's what it was. I mean, you can call it toying with them. You can call it getting a little lazy, and was looking for a friend. And when the friend came alongside, I mean, that was it. This horse just found another gear. Again, he was definitely popping off the page from that latest mile that he shows in the program. And he actually went up. You know, we talked about him going behind the gate at 3-5 and thought that was kind of heavy for a horse leaving on the outside, but he did go up to 6-5 as the 4 took a little late action. So 6-5, pretty good price on a horse that comes back here, and he looked to be much the best on paper.
The cool thing here with an outside post position, if you are much the best and you can leave, then it really isn't going to matter all that much.
Send them, and make them come and get you, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and he let them come and get him just for a piece. But look at him draw off, and there's Andre just so, yeah, whatever.
Yeah. Almost like rope-a-dope, right?
Yeah, it was 56-1, so that makes that 55-1. Because, look, I think he could have gone a little bit more if he wouldn't have just kind of relaxed into it so much there. So clearly
it was a training trip for cash, Gary.
Yeah, he certainly was. Just based on speed, it showed out on paper that he was just too quick for the rest of the field, which, you know, at first glance when you're looking at a race, you go 7th, 5, 8th.
Yeah.
Can I really take him on top? Yes, you can, and easily you can take him. But Happy Jeff was the second best in there, stayed for second, and you get Bet the Max, who made a couple of equipment changes, so at least they've got to be happier because last race made a bunch of breaks.
Yeah, switching trainers, right? Like Jason Sherman took over for the owner, Chris Kane, for this trip. So good to see that one going in the right direction.
Yeah, and gets a nice flat mile and also lands on the ticket for third. But the top two ended up being the top two, 8, 4, 7, 5.
Nice.
Coming back in front of us is number 8, Chucky Bovino, 3-year-old Shadow Play Bay Gelding by Glenview Livestock, trained by Caitlin Graham. Andre Goy is the winning driver. Chucky Bovino victorious, mile of 156-1. Second race, payouts number 8, Chucky Bovana, 450, 310, 220. 4, Happy Jeff, 460, 260, and 7, Bet the Max, 430, $2 exactor, 21.50. Dollar Try, 125.95. Dollar Super, 551.60. 20-cent Super, 110.32. $2 double of 2 and 8, $11. The second race order finish from the top is a 56824 scratch 317. That is 56824 scratch 317 on the bottom.
Submissions are now open for the 2026 Youth Contest presented by the Bill Galvin Racing Alliance. Kids can win cash prizes and a VIP night at the horse races. To enter the Youth Literary Derby, write a story or poem about anything related to standardbred horses. The Youth Literary Derby is open to students in grades 3 to 8 as of June 1st. To enter the Youth Art Derby, draw or sketch anything related to standardbred horses. The Youth Literary Derby is open to students in grades 3 to 12 as of June 1st. The deadline to enter both contests is August 31st. Visit our website for more information and inspiration.
Field on post parade for race number 3. One is Spare, Jonathan Drury for Rick Ziron. Number 2 is Newtown's Street Bomb, Jody Jamison for Ryan Stewart. Number 3 is EA Bank, Note Ostentatory for Don Lindsay and James Graham and Lee Winters. Number 4 is Aboriginal Blue Chip, Nick Boyd for Dan Fisher and Justin Fisher. Number 5, What's Up, Mikey? Brady Collier for Lindsay Kerr and Sally Charlton. Number 6 is Car Wash Blues. It is Anthony Hahn for Meg Crone and Hut Racing. Number 7, Speedy Dancer, Sammy Fillion for Jimmy Copley. 8 is Jim's Rising Sun, J.B. Renault for Julie Walker. And 9 is Lion Scooting Lauren House for Jason Sherman and Dwayne Soulaire. Field of 9, race number 3. Let's get a look at this field. And Speedy Dancer. Sammy Filga, Jamie Copley, that's been a really good combination. Now Speedy Dancer, this is the third start for Jamie Sugar. The last one, much better than the one before it.
You like to see that, right? Copley's had him twice now. The first start was just okay. The second start, much better. Like you said, 54 and 2 mile with a nice back half, and he was on the outside a long ways there too. So Sammy with Copley and the 7 Speedy Dancer, I went looking for a price, and currently we have one 7-2. I like it.
That's a pretty nice price. I thought that Speedy Dancer would be a little lower on the ticket than that, because that's a pretty good last mile. Like, look, even that second quarter, it's just the race they only went in 30-2, the leader, so just not moving just yet. But then the back half is pretty fine, 56-second back half for a good overall mile. And Speedy Dancer. Look, how about number 3 EA Bank now taking so much money, 6-5 on the board. That last race here, now it should be mentioned that also was a maiden class, but that's that non-winners of 3,000 as opposed to 8,000, so it's a little bit different classification. Bombed the field in 55-1.
Yeah, he just jogged last time out. Austin Sorey, likely a good fit for this horse at 6-5. Little story about Austin Sorey. Began his career on Prince Edward Island in matinee racing at a little track called Panette. It was on my bucket list. And speaking about Panette, there's a young fella on track tonight at Grand River Raceway where I called a race that he won when he was just 10 years old. His name is Lucas Heffernan Bailey. And he's in Ontario this week with the rest of the Maritime contingent that are going to be competing in the the mini drivers are going to throw down Saturday at Clinton in the Junior National Driving Championship. So they're trackside with you tonight, Gary, Lucas Heffernan Bailey, along with Connor Wilkie, Logan Walker, and Aaliyah Fudge. They're all up from the Maritimes, and they're cheering on the horses there tonight, and they're really looking forward to Legends Day weekend.
I'm glad you had time to squeeze that in. And look, one thing about the PEI, they love their horse racing. Man, oh, man.
Oh, yeah, like Austin, he grew up driving horses when he was 12 and 13-year-olds. He was beating adults on the matinee circuit, and he certainly come right around to be one of the best in Canada. So many of these young mini drivers that are going to be on display this weekend up in Clinton, you're going to see more of them in the race bikes, I would imagine, in the years ahead.
Well, they got horse race breeding in them. How about one Spare? We both think the 7 and 3 have pretty good chances, and the tote board's agreeing with that. One Spare right now is the third choice on the board at 5-1.
There's some speed to work with, and looks like it's the second time Lasix angle. Going out for the Rick Ziron barn. Jonathan Drury stays on. Look for more. The price is right with this one as well, Gary. I like 5-1. And again, it's that second time Lasix angle.
Yeah, and that one that finished second, Probability there, came back to win last night at Georgian Downs. Spare was fourth, beaten a length and a half in that start. So off a much better last race, maybe could build on that, gets the inside, and has some gate speed. 5-1 with JD for Rick Ziron. And so Spare could be one that I think don't be sparing the cash here. You might have to use this one. You didn't use this one on your multi-legs, but I did. I only went 3-1 and left the 7 off, so we're going to see how that's going to work out for me. But so you know that I am enamored with Spare. And also number 6, Car Wash Blues. I'm not sure what to make of Car Wash Blues. Moved up to the non-winners at 2 at Georgian last race and just was not a factor. But in a maiden class here, just 2 races to go, was a pretty solid third and had a good back half there.
Yeah, he's kind of paying his way this season. Still, just the one-time winner in his 2-year-old season, son of Cattle Wash. I've got all kinds of time for the horses that go out for trainer Meg Crone and her partner driver Anthony Hahn. This horse looks great, by the way. Another one of those selections where I just want it best of the rest, and that's what you got with number 6, Car Wash Blues.
And the reason why I say I'm not sure what to make of him, May the 10th at Flamborough, he was in a non-winners of 2, which is the class above this one, and parked on the outside for a good chunk, came first up and had the lead when they turned from. Finished second to Lions Gustav Ring, who's a very nice one. That's a huge
Yeah.
measuring stick in a nominator two, and now in a maiden class.
Right now, let's make him the Beware horse, Gary. At a 10-1. I mean, if you want to go long shot shopping late, 6 is your play.
Well, he's got it in him, but it hasn't come often, so that's the problem. So it's a field of 9 for the third dash. Field 4, race number 3. He is at the start in the rough, and it is Speedy Dancer on the outside, leaving with EA Banknote. EA Banknote now moves out well and down to the inside is Spare, and then it is Aboriginal Blue Chip and Car Wash Blues, and then Lions is scooting. What's Up Mikey back to Newtown Street Bomb, and trailing is Jim's Rising Sun. Speedy Dancer is rising on the outside now, coming on against Spare on the inside, and then also moving, there is Car Wash Blues, who's moving up, and right now it is Speedy Dancer. Speedy Dancer has come on to take the lead for Sammy Filia, 27-1 opening quarter. Spare in the pocket, but now Car Wash Blues is moving on the outside, and racing fourth is EA Banknote, right tight on the back of Car Wash Blues. The front four are tightly grouped. Off a quarter, 27-1, they head their way up towards the half. Aboriginal Blue Chip is racing position fifth, and sixth is Lion Scooting, and seventh is What's Up Mikey. Then Newtown Street Bomb, and trailing is Jim's Rising Sun, Speedy Dancer. But there goes EA Bank now, who's rolling around Car Wash Blues, and EA Banknote now has come on. EA Banknote has moved up and taken the front. Lion Scooting is scooting up 3 wide. Lion Scooting is on the move and is taken over second. And from the backfield now, there goes Jody Jameson with Newtown Street Bomb. And Newtown Street Bomb on the board at 14-1, looking to bomb EA Banknote as the field turns for home. Newtown Street Bomb now explodes to the lead. Takes the front. EA Banknote is second. Lion Scooting is third. Car Wash Blues and Aboriginal Blue Chip. But it is Newtown Street Bomb as the field turns for home. On down the stretch drive they come, and Jody Jameson, the green machine, is freewheeling to the finish and can pose at the line now and takes it by 5 or 6. EA Banknote second, Lion Scooting third, Aboriginal Blue Chip was fourth, Newtown Street Bomb 155 flat at 14-1. Well, Sugar, you can throw your ticket down the floor, and I'll throw mine right along with it.
Oh, wow. I mean, I know this horse. I know him well from London. I knew he had a pretty good motor, but I know he's been very tricky early parts of the mile, and I was told that back in May that this horse, all kinds of speed, but just very tricky in the early going. Well, what's he do? He settles in. Jody figures him out and gave them all the how she going into the final turn, and it was over.
Yeah, that race, May the 12th at London, you announced him winning by 10 1/4.
Yeah. Big motor. But like I said, braking issues in 2 of his last 3. Well, I guess it's the qualifier last time out where he was clean. So he's coming in off a couple of breaks. But Jody, check him out. You just buggy riding here.
Yeah.
I mean, this horse is winning under wraps.
Well, there's certainly, we talked about value on the 6, who actually raced very well for a piece. And but when Jody said it's time to go and felt comfortable that he was settled, because look, those breaks were early in the mile, so that was the first order of business.
Yeah. Get him away cleanly, and then see what he's got near the end. Well, he showed it. When he unleashed them, and he just went right on by. One for fun.
Well, back in front of us is number 2, Newtown Street Bomb, a 3-year-old Believin' Bruiser, brown colt, owned by Triple S Equine. Ryan Stewart is the trainer. The winning drive to the green machine. Jody Jameson, 2 on the night for Jody, and Double J taking the first and third dashes, and Newtown Street Bomb, second win this year in Lifetime, a mile of 155 flat. Fans the inquiry sign go up. Judges reviewing racing action going to 3/4 pertaining to number 4, Aboriginal Blue Chip, and 8, Jim's Rising Sun. A correction. 4, Aboriginal Blue Chip, and yes, 8, Jim's Rising Sun. Fans, the judges have ruled that there will be no placings. Judges ruling that both 4 Aboriginal Blue Chip and 8 Jim's Rising Sun did come together, but no violations. The inquiry sum will go off. Third race, 2 Newtown Street Bomb, 3120, 1210, 610. 3 AA Bank Note, 320, 250. 9 Line Scooting, $9. $2 exactor is $77.80. Dollar Try, $349.35. 20 cents Super, $1,005.46. Third race, order of finish from the top, 812-475-963. That's 812-475-963 on the bottom. Field on post parade for race number 4. 1 is Chumbawamba, Daryl Thiessen for Josh McGibbon and Princeton Farms. Number 2 is Uppity Up, Sammy Foley for Francis Gamet and Nicholas Susi. Number 3 is Carson's Wicked One, Jason Ryan for Greg McNair and David Carson. Five is Luigi the Legend, Travis Cullen for Gerald Lilly and Fred Niclerio. There is 6, South Street Donnie, Jonathan Dreyer for Dave Boughton. Number 7, the Sport of Kings, Austin Surrey for Scott McEnany and Craig McEnany. 8 is Tonino, Paul McCain for Michael Wade and Anna-Marie Colville. 9 is Coal Creek Nacho, Jody Jameson for Daniel Walker and Coal Creek Standardbridge. And number 4, now it's a party, Jeffrey Hunt for Patrick Hunt and Jennifer Armstrong. Field of 9, race number 4, we get maiden pacers. Let's look at this field. And, well, Sugar last time out, Sport of Kings sported a very low price in the tote board and then, boom, made a break early.
Yeah, self-destructed early when trying to show some early speed. Now, the qualifier, this one had back in mid-June, didn't stay close but circled them. And then the career debut didn't stay close at all but circled them. So the Connections wanted a spot up closer last time out. This horse was wanting no part of being rushed into anything. So look for another trip from off the pace. Let's go back to the drawing board with number 7, the Sport of Kings. Big motor on the end of the mile, but I don't think we're going to see a whole lot early, Gary.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to tell Austin, hey, relax. I don't do my work early. I'm a late starter. I'll finish strongly. So now I'm sure Austin's got the memo because Sport of Kings wants to close late. How about number 9, Coal Creek Nacho? Well, the problem here, this is one that made a break last time up, but the one that Jody just won with in the third made 2 breaks, so this one only had 1. Also got on the vet sick list out of that June 8 start, so has been out of the box a while, but also look it down the page. May the 22nd, final quarter, 26-1 in the qualifier.
Yeah, there's a big motor under the hood of this son of Better Than Cheddar, and trailing post, tough to overcome, but there's a lot of inexperience involved with this field. There's some 2-year-olds in here as well, but Jody having himself a night thus far. We mentioned the Maritime Mini horse drivers up trackside. Well, there's been a young lady in the winner's circle with Jody a couple of times tonight, that being his daughter, Sierra Jameson. She will be competing in the Junior National Driving Championship this coming Saturday, along with 11 other kids from Ontario. Eva Wilkins, Cami Saftik, granddaughter of Mike Saftik, Rory McGinnis, along with the Lilies, Sadie and Jade, Noah, Owen Stewart, brothers there involved. Then there's Chase Graham, Lucas House, Tenley Rooney, Adriana Mongrain. 16 mini horse drivers competing for a national title this Saturday.
Man, you did your homework. You were working. Well, I was just goofing around. You were working.
Love the kids. Love the kids in racing, man. I've been there.
How about one Chumbawamba? Interesting name. And look, after that opening quarter 31 at Georgian last race, actually the next 3 quarters pretty strong.
Pretty strong indeed, but 2-year-old, right, going up against older horses. This is a colt son of Captain Crunch, Chumbawamba. Something's telling me it was an album name years ago. Not many years ago, but maybe 15 or 20. Chumbawamba.
We'll check it out. But
Can't
look, I'm
surprised. I
surprised.
remember the group, but
Yeah, I'm surprised you went to a 2-year-old. You were the one that was schooling me not to take the 2-year-olds, and now you're going against it.
well, I'm just looking through here, though, and the memory's pretty good still that we've seen some 2-year-olds showing up, winning, and hitting the top 3 here. So I said I was going to change my frame of mind when it comes to 2-year-olds facing older. So I tried one here.
Yeah, you said you're going to change your ways. Well, good on you. How about number 3, Carson's Wicked One? We got to talk about this one. Greg McNair off of back-to-back thirds.
Yeah, a couple of good miles in the last two, 56 and change over Grand River Raceway. Good fit with these. The price is all right, 5-1. The more I'm thinking about this race, though, Austin takes back with 7. Sportive Kings just lays off of the speed. Watch for that one late. Cheer 'em on, kids.
It's a field of 9 for race number 4. Sugar's been doing his homework. He's working while I'm just lying around and resting. And it's a field for the 4th race, taking up their positions. Field for the 4th, gathering speed, approaching the start. Field for the 4th race. He's at the start of the rough in South Street Donny. On the inside, Chumbawamba. Carson's Wicked One. Now it's a party. Coal Creek Nacho. Uppity Up is right now racing 6th. And then Luigi the Legend and Tonino and Sportive Kings is at the back of the bus. Carson's Wicked One. 6-1 on the boards, got the lead. Chumbawamba is going to be recorded 2nd at the quarter. And then South Street Donny is 3rd. Now it's a party is racing 4th, and 5th in line is Coal Creek Nacho as they come off the turn. And it is right now Carson's Wicked One who's got the lead. Carson's Wicked One, Chumbawamba, South Street Donny as the field heads on towards the half off at 28-3 opening quarter. Now it's the parties racing 4th, and now Coal Creek Nacho is moving on the outside and is going to be first over as they race their way up towards the half. And then on the inside, as they race past the half, that's Uppity Up, and on the outside, Tonino is coming on. Now Sportive Kings is kicking in and is starting to pass horses. Luigi the Legend, Carson's Wicked One, half of 59 and 2 off of 28-3 opening quarter. Then Coal Creek Nacho. Chumbawamba's 3rd. 4th is Tonino. Sportive Kings is up to 5th and is sporting a lot of pace and is coming on and is 3 wide, taking over 3rd. Right now it is Coal Creek Nacho. On the inside, Carson's Wicked One. Sportive Kings now. 3 wide, keeps on closing. 3/4 in 128. Carson's Wicked One trying to fend off Coal Creek Nacho, but may have to also deal with Sportive Kings, and Chumbawamba's 4th, and then Tonino. A big late push from Luigi the Legend if they turn for home. Carson's Wicked One on the outside, Sportive Kings, and in the center of the track, Coal Creek Nacho. 3 across the track. It is Sportive Kings that they come on to the finish. Sportive Kings was last early, but first word counts, and then Carson's Wicked One, Coal Creek Nacho, and Luigi the Legend. 157 and 3. Sportive Kings really doesn't like to show up early for work, but he's willing to work late.
Yeah, we called it right. Just take things easy, and mow them all down lead. It's exactly what he did. The worst to first. You mentioned it, Gary. Austin got the memo.
Yeah, the horse said, look, by the way, if you just relax, I'll come on and I'll do my work late, so just chill, will ya?
Oh, they had to be feeling pretty confident going into the final turn. I mean, the front two looked like they were spent pretty good from battling up the backside, and then ripe for the pickings, right? The Sportive Kings came on when it mattered most. 157 and 3 winning mile. Now, not a lifetime best, but a real good bounce-back victory for this one, and the confidence continues to grow.
Yeah, and they got actually a soft enough half, 59 and 2, but
yes,
Sportive Kings said, I can still go more. I've already gone in 56, so you know what? I'll just be closing when it's time. And he said,
well,
it's closing
you mentioned
time.
This horse. Yeah, right. This horse was 9th early, likely 10 off the lead. So really, come the back 3/4 in 125. Austin Sorry is on his way back to the winner's circle. Now, we mentioned the kids up from the Maritimes that are competing in the Junior National Driving Championship. There is a cousin to Austin with that group, and that would be Connor Wilkie, who will be competing this weekend with those mini horse championships. So we'll likely see some kids here in the winner's circle. I'm hoping.
Yeah, you are the king of homework, man. You're putting me to shame now. You just rolling through all this information. And, you know, Sportive Kings, we talk about these horses that can't leave. I think he probably can leave. He just doesn't want to. He says, whatever. Come on, man. I'll do it later.
I I always loved a closer. You know, it's when I fell in love with horse racing. There was a big gray back home named War Bride's Man, and when he made a big move late in the mile, that was something to see. So I've always loved the closers.
Well, back in front of us is a great closer in 7, Sport of Kings. 3-year-old Sports Rider Bay, called up by Scott and Craig McEnany. Scott McEnany, the trainer. Austin Sorey is the winning driver. Sport of Kings victorious in 157-3. Second win this season and lifetime. The whole gang is out trackside with Sport of Kings. Fourth race payout 7, Sport of Kings. Pays $544 to 83. Carson's Wicked One, 462.70. And 9, Coal Creek Nacho, 240. $2 exactor is 17.40. Dollar try, $27. Dollar super, 215.10. 20-cent super, 43.02. fourth race, or we finish from the top. 562-749-183. That's 562-749-183 on the bottom. Hold on, post parade for race number 5. One is Rowdy Patrick, Brady Gollier for Tess Waxman and Levi Kepfer. Number 2 is Be Blazin', Nick Boyd for Darren Rayner and Bruce Cleaver. Number 3, I'm a Cute Little Stalker, Travis Cullen for Anna Marie Colville and Mike Wade.
Go to the 5 next.
5 is Look Up at the Sky, Travis Henry for Brittany Kennedy and Money Clip Racing. 6, Written in Stone, Sammy Filia for Brenda Duncan and Dave Duncan.
4 is next.
4 is Smoothie's Delight, Dale Spence for Robert Kyle Fellows and Jeff McFadden. 7, Into It Big, Lauren House for Lindsay Kerr and Sally Charlton and Stu McIntosh. 8 is End of the Trail, Daryl Thiessen for Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton and Daryl Tingley and Dwayne Tingley. And number 9, Jimmy's on a Roll, Austin Sorry for Rachel Andrew. Field of 9 for race number 5. Get a look at this field. And, well, let's just stay right there with Jimmy's on a Roll because he's been on a roll, Sugar.
Yeah, he's like butter, right? Butter on a biscuit, butter on a roll. Yeah, Jimmy's on a roll continues, but it's a trailing spot tonight, right? Tough post to overcome, but you know what? This field of 9 is going to be a great betting race. There shouldn't be a heavy favorite. There shouldn't be a big long shot. It's a wonderful field for a high 5.
Yeah, and the big question will be, how does he race early on in the mile? Like, how does he get out? Because he's been forwardly placed in each of the last couple.
Right.
We'll see what that plan is. There does appear to be gate speed down on the inside. Both the 1 and 2 look like they want to leave a bunch, so Austin may have to be up close in behind the back of the 1 or the 2.
Sure. I'm thinking the same thing. You're saying what I'm reading right now. I mean, the 1 and 2 definitely can blast off, and Austin, all he's got to do is plug that 9 horse in to be sitting maybe in the top 3 and maybe an early move puts him on top before the half.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. We both weren't afraid of post positions because the other one that we have in our top 2 is number 8, End of the Trail.
Yeah, gate to wire victory last time out from the Copley barn, right? Was on top most of the way, was headed when turning for home, but battled back on for the victory in 54-1, that being a life best mark. So never better. And here he is from an outside gate with Daryl Thiessen on board. And you've seen it before. You've said it before. Daryl Thiessen, the outside post at the river. You know where he's going.
He loves to blast from post position 8. He'll have a straight run at it. This is one that got off the gate 27 last time out, so likely to blast. Now, look, Rowdy Patrick, we mentioned, is probably with that inside post going to be leaving. Brady Gollier is likely to get this one rowdied up early and, left Kawartha post 6 went to the lead, and Hanover did blast from post 7 on the half, just wasn't able to get to the front, but so what? Still won by 10 lengths.
Amazing victory at Hanover, right? Like parked out much of the mile and was removing the Lasix for that start at Hanover. Still won by 10 lengths, a trip in 1:58. Now he goes back onto the Lasix program. He's going to be a must play here in this non-jackpot high 5 as we get close to a minute left for wagers.
Yeah, and Lasix off, but that didn't matter to him. He was like, I don't care. I'm just going to win by a bunch of lengths, and we'll just keep on trucking. Number 7, Into It Big. Well, you're more into it. This one's small. You used this one for 4th, but a big start at Sarnia last race.
Had a big start indeed. 5th to 2nd with a pretty good back half over that 5/8 track at Sarnia. We've seen trainer Lindsay Kerr in the winner's circle earlier on tonight. Took the opener with Early Bird Special. Into It Big, offering up 9-1 value. And that's a pretty good price for that one. And this just in, Friend of the show, Gary, Mr. Tim O'Connor. He's part of the race calling team at Clinton Raceway. Fills us in. Chumbawamba was a musical group. 1997 had a big hit with a song called Tub Thumping. It went something like, I get knocked down, but I get up again.
Well, obviously,
That's that.
Obviously, that's not my music because I never heard of them before. But hey, I got schooled by Robert Reed on a song that everybody knows, so I guess I'm just, my musical taste around about 1980, or pardon me, 1990, I figured music ended and just everything before 1990 is good and after 90 is bad. How's that?
On.
How's that for a take?
1990s, man, that's when alternative came in, the grunge scene. I loved it.
Yeah, well, my alternative was to turn the channel. So how about number 2, Be Blazin' is one that the last 2 starts were pretty good. So Be Blazin'. And Be Blazin' was good earlier because the overall record on the season is good and then kind of fell off, so it seems to be coming back on.
Coming back with a second in the third in the latest, 54 speed, good enough to go with these, good enough to maybe beat these. Again, I did not see one horse being a heavy favorite nor a big long shot in this field. Still a great betting race to get in on a 9-horse field for the non-jackpot high five, part of the go-to wagering menu, Gary.
I'll tell you who I think you're missing. Smoothies Delight. Maybe I was just hungry and thinking about smoothie, but Smoothies Delight. Last time out at Grand River, yeah, you could use a smoothie. Smoothies Delight was third, beaten just 3 last race here in 54-2. Measures up well.
Yeah, a couple of thirds in the latest 2, and seems to have some gate speed. If Dale Spence, who's got that bike all painted up real nice, he put a picture of it up on his Facebook, and it does look very sharp. Dale Spence with the new paint on his race bike. It's a big shot here with Smoothies Delight to hit that high five at 15-1.
Yeah, I like those wheels. Earlier on in my announcing career, I loved any horse, anything that kind of helped me know the horses. Now I'm kind of now it's like, yeah.
For sure. Like anything that pops, right? Especially with wheels or driver's colors and hoods, racing hoods. Yeah. So, you know what? You're not going to mistake that colorful bike wheels of green.
Very early in your announcing career, you're nervous about everything, and you need all the help you can get just to get around and stay flat.
We've been there, man.
Yeah, well, I remember those times. I was terrible at the start, by the way. Just terrible. Some people jump in and are pretty good right away. Not me. I was a slow learner.
Oh, Gary, I can go back and listen to races in Edmonton where I started calling in 2006, 2007, and wow, that maritime accent. I might still have a bit of it, but man, in 06 and 07, it was really there.
Oh, there's no maritime accent, is there?
Yes.
There you go. Get yourself a smoothie after this race. It's a field of 9 for race number 5 on a wonderful Wednesday at the river. End of the trail, those way back at the start right now.
Yeah.
Field is heading towards the opening quarter. Rowdy Patrick blasting out. Jimmy's on a roll. Be Blazin' is racing third. Then I'm a Cute Low Stalker and Smoothies Delight. Into it big and looking at the sky and written in stone, Rowdy Patrick. And Rowdy Patrick has got the lead. Jimmy's on a roll is racing second. Be Blazin' is third. I'm a Cute Low Stalker is positioned fourth as they race their way off the turn. And the field comes on towards us. 27-3 the opening quarter. Rowdy Patrick has the front. Jimmy's on a roll. He's rolling in the pocket, and Be Blazin' is third. I'm a Cute Low Stalker is fourth, and Smoothies Delight is positioned to fifth, and then Into It Big is on the outside. At the field works their way on into the backstretch, and then it is back to Look Up at the Sky and written in stone on the inside. Rowdy Patrick as the field works their way on towards the three quarters of a half of 57 and 1. Rowdy Patrick, Jimmy's on a roll. I'm a cute low stalkers racing third. It is Jimmy's on a roll who's moving up against Rowdy Patrick. Rowdy Patrick, Jimmy's on a roll now, has rolled within inches of the front. I'm a cute little stalker, be blazing into it big now, is into the front five in closing ground. Smoothie's Delight looking up at the sky and written in stone. Jimmy's on a roll, slim lead, but from the backfield, here comes Into It Big, who's moving up and getting larger with every stride. Into It Big on the outside, 4 wide, 3 wide. I'm a cute little stalker down to the inside. Rowdy Patrick and Jimmy's on a roll. 4 across the track as they turn for home. And on down the stretch route they come. Into It Big on the outside. Into It Big. Rowdy Patrick, Jimmy's on a roll. Into It Big. Got there on the inside. Rowdy Patrick in the center was Jimmy's on a roll, and I'm a cute little stalker. We'll give you the mile time later, but that was interesting. And Into It Big got into it and won at a large price. Well, 8 to 1 is large relative to some of the others.
Second winner on the night for the Lindsay Kerr barn. Big 4 wide push on the end. As a race caller, Gary, we love those races where they're fanning 4 across, heads apart as they make the swing.
Yeah, the only time you don't like it is if you're late picking up the one moving, but I could see Into It Big. He got into it going to three quarters, and then, had a lot of work to do. He was out there pretty wide on that final turn, so he's earned it.
It's not easy to sustain a rally on the wide side, and still 4 across right to the finish. Blanket finish going to 7. Into It Big. Lauren House on board again, the second training victory on the night for the Lindsay Kerr barn. This horse came to play.
Yeah, it looked like a 7-1-9-3, and your 7 was your fourth one, and but Into It Big. Look, that last race at Sarnia. That was the first start off of a bit of a layoff, and now comes back a little tighter rotation. This is also one that's been pretty good, 8 out of 13 last year, and then this year not as big a year, but certainly has flashed it in the past.
Well, it's a good heart-building win. When you mentioned the top 4 being the 7, 9, 1, and 3, I'm thinking to myself, as soon as you say those numbers, I says, I bet the 5 is 5th, odd-numbered high 5. And sure enough, the 5 comes across the line at a big number. Bet those odd numbers. It's a numbers game, man.
Oddly enough. 7-1, 9-3-5 with 8 to 1 on the top and a 40 to 1 on the bottom to bookend those other odd numbers in between. Back in front of us, number 7, Into It Big, a 4-year-old Big Jim Bay horse owned by Sally Charlton and Lindsay Kerr and Stu McIntosh. Lindsay Kerr, the trainer, Lauren House, the winning driver, and it's a mile of 155 and 4. Judges reviewing the starts pertaining to the number 8 end of the trail. And to note, there'll be a refund of number 8, End of the Trail, judged to have been outside of the fair start pole at the start of the race. Refund 8, End of the Trail. The fifth race, Order finished from the tops at 264, 758, 1. Refund 3 scratch. That's 24. Correction, top down 264, 758, 1. Refund 3.
Back half of this Wednesday night program at Grand River Raceway, and win from anywhere tonight. We've seen some front end speed holding. We just saw Into It Big circle them 4 wide to win a blanket finish there with Lauren House. A training win number 2 on the night for Lindsay Kerr. So here we go. The opening leg of this late pick 5. We're on the 1, Stilton Gold. We're using 3, Seaside Flirt, and the 5, It'll Be All Right. The 3, Seaside Flirt, up from south of the border. We've seen this movie before. First time for trainer Melissa Loyer with 3, Seaside Flirt coming up. Over to race number 7. 3 deep in there with a 4, 7, and 8 smoothie. Whole lot of Rosie, that's the 4. Then 7, Beach Wiggle, and the 8, Play Date. 8th race is where I've gone deepest of all. We're 4 deep in there with a 2, 3, 4, and 9. Single up the 3, D8, Let's Boogie. Tough to go against that one for trainer Luke Blay in race number 9. 10th and final on a 3, 6, and 9. Sweet View, Wicked Jewels, and Strong Man Hanover. Gary Guy with a late pick 5. A ticket idea as well. What does Gary got cooked up? Well, he's gone 4 deep in a few spots. He's singled up in a few spots as well. The 6th race for Gary, he's on the Melissa Loyer, new trainee, Seaside Flirt. 3, 7, 1, and 6 are the 4 horses that Gary will try in race number 6. He singles up in the 7th race, number 7, Beach Wiggle, certainly popping off the page. Back to 4 deep in race 8. Gary's top selection there being 2, Snake Eyes Hanover. He also includes the 3, 4, and 9. Another single for Gary on the sequence is the 3, DA Let's Boogie in the 9th. I like it. 10th and final, 3, 6, and 9. We're on the same page as top selection there in the 10th. Strongman Hanover. Gary in for that customary $9.60 price on his 20-cent plate. One more ticket quickly. Connolly Ecclestone with his late pick 5. He goes 3 by 3 for the first couple of legs. He goes deepest of all in the middle leg, race 8, with a 3, 4, 5, and 9. The 9th race, 3, D8, Let's Boogie, and he backs it up with 5, Long Shot Panic. And the final leg of the pick 5, Boot Hill Hoodie at a post 2 in the 9, Strongman Hanover from the trailing spot. Connolly's in to go for that $28.80 price on a 20-cent late pick 5 at the river. Good luck.
Field on post parade for race number 6. 1, Stilton Gold, Daryl Thiessen for Harry Martin. Number 2 is Mosley Daly, Dave Edwards for Mike Rogers. Dave is the owner. Number 3 is Seaside Flirt. Brady Collier for Melissa Loya and Patrick Meldon. Number 4 is My Maserati Semifolia for Jennifer Libby and Frank Mancini. 5, It'll Be All Right, Jason Ryan for Mike Bishop. Number 6, Grand Circuit, Austin Sorry for Cameron McQueen and John McQueen. Number 7 is Half Fast, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. And aboard is Captain Chloe, Andre Goy for Caitlin Graham. It's a field of 8. It's race number 6. Let's get a look at this field. And Seaside Flirt is 1 to 2 on the board, despite, look at the form, but the speed says Seaside Flirt will flirt with a win here.
Yeah, it was claimed back in mid-May when racing at Scioto Downs 5/8 track. The latest start is on the Happoller at Northfield Park in Ohio. Now, this horse hasn't hit the board in months, and yet the betting public, they know the deal. First time for trainer Melissa Loyer, 4 to 5. Likely to go away as a heavy favorite. I usually like to see them once when I haven't seen them race in Canada, but, this one might have raced in Canada months or years ago, but I haven't seen this horse at Grand River. Melissa Loyer, Brady Gallier's combined. It's tough to go against, especially for the opening leg of the Big Five.
Yeah, and look, but Melissa has the big record, and Brady Collier's has really been very successful. And just on terms of speed, too, you're looking at, say, 7th at Scioto 3 starts ago. 53-3, though. The race went in 51-4, so there's one of the clues why she wasn't able to get a lot done. We're not going to be sniffing anywhere near 51-4, I don't believe, with this group here. 8,000 claimers, winners under. That's a lot cheaper than what she was facing there. So you get the trainer change and the class drop. I think it's a big factor, 4 to 5. How about number 5, It'll Be All Right? I didn't think it'd be all right. I left this one off, and this is another one that shows the recent form isn't great, but the speed could be enough to be a big player. 53-4 at Mohawk, 2 back.
Yeah, she was better. I wasn't sure where to go in here. This is another one of those. I mean, if you take the 3 off the board right now, you've got nothing but a bunch of price players, really.
Well, look, this is the remedial class. I mean, they earned their way in here by lack of earning, and so It'll Be All Right has been out of it for 4 starts. But then you go back May the 30th, the last time I saw this one at Flamborough Downs in this same class. Winner, can you?
I think for me, it's the Jason Ryan factor. I mean, Jason, we haven't seen him in the winner's circle yet tonight, but he's been on a pretty good run over the last few weeks at the River. So I think that's why I went with this horse for the deuce. The exactor factor, Jason Ryan with 5. It'll Be All Right for owner-trainer Mike Bishop. It's maybe time to turn things around.
Well, and Stilton Gold is one I think you got to use somewhere on the ticket, because even though this is a nondescript bunch, 3 third-place finishes in the last 5 starts.
Yeah, Thiessen has driven her at the River a couple of times where she's paced miles in 55, and that should be good enough to go with these. Now, if Seaside Flirt should happen to win in 53 in a bit, well, Stilton Gold is not going to be right there with her, but she could be with the rest of the pack chasing after minor spoils.
Last year, Grand Circuit wouldn't be racing with this bunch, and if she would be, she'd be the favorite. Made $65,000 in 44 starts. Cameron McQueen, strong connections with Austin Sorry, but the last one at Sarnia at least did win at Dresden in this class, just 2 back.
Yeah, got along fine in the slop there on July 5th, and then last time out at the 5/8 of Sarnia. Not much doing, though. They did come a pretty good back half in there. She clocked her final half 58-2. She's going to have to find a better effort within herself. She's a big number, 40-1, as the action continues on the invader from south of the border.
Yeah, and I threw Half Fast in for second, but it's more after Seaside Flirt, like you said, I didn't know where to go, and I thought, well, Joe Cullen, and this is one that's flashed at times, but certainly of Jody's horses, this is not one that's been working out all as well. I mean, her barn's great, and Travis Cullen driving. We'll see.
I'll tell you what, the 3 is on a lot of pick 5 tickets. Should this 3 not win this race, you're going to be looking at a pretty good pick 5 payoff.
Well, we will see if it unfolds for Seaside Flirt or not. It's a field of 8, the 6th dash, and they are gathered up in behind the gate as we are gathered at the river. Field for the 6th dash. Field for the 6th race is at the start of the rough, and Seaside Flirt is flirting with the early lead. Stilton Gold on the inside, and to the outside, Captain Chloe. Then by Maserati is racing position to 4th as they race on around the turn. It'll be all right. Mostly Dally, trailing pair Grand Circuit, and Half Fast is back trailing the field as they race their way on up towards the quarters. Seaside Flirt 4 to 5 of the board. Stilton Gold is racing second. Captain Chloe at 45 to 1 has got a hold of third right now in front of my Maserati, but it is Seaside Flirt, the heavy favorite, with the front, and Stilton Gold, then Captain Chloe, and fourth is my Maserati. It'll be all right. Mostly Dally, Grand Circuit, Half Fast. The field works their way up towards the half of a 27 quarter. Seaside Flirt leads the way. Stilton Gold is still second. Captain Chloe is racing position third. My Maserati about 8 off the lead fourth. It'll be all right as fifth. And then mostly Dally, Half Fast, and Grand Circuit is trailing the field. Seaside Flirt and Brady Goyers just relaxed, enjoying the view as they hustle their way up towards 3/4 off that lively 55 and 2 halftime. Stilton Gold is still second and is only 2 lengths back. And then Captain Chloe, long shot Captain Chloe at 45 to 1 is still third. And then fourth, it'll be all right. Late push from Half Fast, who's now fifth. And then my Maserati Grand Circuit, mostly Dally, 3/4, 123 and 4. Seaside Flirt, Stilton Gold on the outside. Seaside Flirt and Stilton Gold. It'll be all right is closing some ground on down the stretch where they come. Stilton Gold, Seaside Flirt has hit a wall, and it's Stilton Gold to win. Seaside Flirt walks across the finish line second. It'll be all right third, and Grand Circuit fourth. Stilton Gold tripped out, and Double Barrel Darrell was able to gun down Seaside Flirt to sugar.
Well, I'm glad I went 3 deep to start up the pick 5 play. I went 1, 3, 5, and I think that's the way it finished in race number 6. We mentioned if they could beat the 3, Seaside Flirt, there's going to be a lot of outs in the pick 5. So indeed, number 1, Stilton Gold. Not sure what kind of price she's offering up, but
2 to 1.
I think she's kind of throwing a little wrench into that pick 5 play.
Yeah, I mean, if people would have had a backup plan, that's one of the common backup plans. My backup plan, Half Fast, and so much for backup plans. Sometimes you need to go a little deeper. You might need 2 spare tires.
Yeah, 2 spare. Stilton Gold, we mentioned showing 55 speed a couple times with Thiessen. We figured if Seaside Flirt wanted to go out there and win in 53, Stilton Gold would not be close to her. Well, winning mile is 55, and that's right in the wheelhouse for Stilton Gold.
Yeah, and look, Stilton Gold, I mentioned this field is not very formful, but at least Stilton Gold had those 3 thirds in the last 5 starts, a 4th and a 5th. Gets an inside post, so Darrell got this one forwardly placed and didn't try too hard to stay up tight because still wanted to keep the right fractions for this mare and Stilton Gold. I think Darrell did a good job and gets the better of the favorite.
Yeah, you know what? She's always been a good kick on the end type of horse. When I saw her at the half, sitting second, 55 and 2, I'm thinking to myself, this mare has never been down to the half and 55 and a bit. Well, it was a perfect 2-hole ride, and again, she did have a little kick on the end of it. When they turned for home, I mean, it was gonna be the one, Stilton Gold. The Seaside Flirt was spent. When a horse hasn't hit the board in a few months, it's tough to find that winning feeling again.
Yeah, and your top 3 were the 1, 3, and 5. I mean, It'll Be All Right was your second choice. It did come on late.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good sort of bounce for that horse. We're hoping to turn things around for that one of Mike Bishop. So Jason Ryan got along well with her. Jason likely sees her again.
Back in front of us is one Stilton Gold, a 5-year-old better than Cheddar Bay mare, owned and trained by Harry Martin of Hanover. Daryl Thiessen, double barrel Daryl, guns them down in the 6th race to win. Second win this year. 7th lifetime, Stilton Gold, 155 flat. Sixth race. 1 Stilton Gold, 650, 270, 210. 3 Seaside Flirt, 210, 210. 5 It'll Be Alright, 240. $2 exactor, $15. Dollar try, $14.35. Dollar super, $68.15. 20-cent super, $13.63. Sixth race order finish from the top. 172, 834, 65. That's 172, 834, 65 on the bottom.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and raised to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale at Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Dan Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
Already into our final four races on this Wednesday evening at Grant River Raceway. It's the late pick four starting up. Late pick four play with some ticket ideas now. I go three deep to start it up. We're using 4-hole on a Rosie. 7 Beach Wiggle is going to be on many tickets. I'm also trying the 8 Play Date. On the outside, Thiessen maybe to come right back in this one. We go deepest of all, race 8, using 2, 3, 4, and 9. Sticking with the single, number 3, a hard single in race 9, number 3, D.A. Let's Boogie. We'll try to make it 4 in a row. It's Philly on, staying on for trainer Luke Blay. Over to race number 10, 3, 6, and 9, being Sweet View, Wicked Jewels, and Strawman Hanover, just $7.20 on my 20-cent pick 4 play. Gary Guy with a ticket idea as well. A pair of singles for Gary. He's going to try 7 Beach Wiggle to be the one and only here. And race 7, he's 4 deep in the 8 with the 2, 3, 4, and 9. The 2, Snake Eyes Hanover being his top play. Singles, the 3, D.A. Let's Boogie in the 9th. And in the finale, 3, 6, and 9, that was top selection is the 9. Strong Man Hanover trying for 3 straight for the Josh McKibben barn. Just $2.40. If you want to go along with Gary Guy, it'll cost you $12 even on a dollar-based play. One more ticket for a friend of the show, Connolly Ecclestone. His late pick 4 shapes up with a 2, 4, and 7 in the opening leg. He stays 4 deep in the 8 with a 3, 4, 5, and 9. 9th race, number 3, D.A. Let's Boogie is going to be on mostly everybody's ticket. The 5, Long Shot Panic is a plan B for Connolly in the 9th. In the finale, Connolly opting for some, the 2, Boot Hill Hoodie's going to be a price player, and a likely favorite, number 9, Strongman Hanover, Jason Ryan with another live bullet in the finale. Connolly in to go for $9.60 on his 20-cent pick 4 ticket suggestion. Good luck.
Field on Post Parade. There's one. McWicked move. Paul McKenzie for Brent Dunbar. Number 2 is Talbot Kristen, Jason Ryan for John Pentland. Number 3 is Espresso Beans, Austin Sorry for Ron McDonald and Brett McLennan and Shengo. Number 4 is Whole Lotta Rosie, Sammy Filia for Chantal Mitchell and Mitchell DiCenzo. Number 5 is Twin B Bodacious, Dave Edwards for Mike Edwards. Number 6, Bodachica, Brady Colliers for Rodney Hughes and Sarah Emery and Elaine Stock. Number 7, Beach Wiggle, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen. Number 8 is Playdate, Daryl Thiessen for Gary Murner and Stuart Douglas. Correction, yes, Stuart Douglas. No, Jeffrey Stewart and Douglas Dunbar. There you go. And 9 is Calico Silster, Mark McDowell for Joshua McKibben and Kim Smith. Field of 9, race number 7, the 7th race, the Sobera Law Derby Pace. And Sugar, every once in a while, I'm sure you know this, where you read the owner's names wrong because you combine a last name onto a first name. That happened.
Oh, we go through so many names, almost daily when we're doing a race meet, and it's very easy to mess up on a horse name or an owner's name or any name for that matter. There's we're only human.
Yeah, well, no, we used to have a judge named Chuck Fraley, and my favorite line is, "Well, nobody's human." Or another one he's running around like a chicken with his legs cut off. No, Chuck.
Oh boy.
That wouldn't really work.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Let's get a look at this field. Number 7, Beach Wiggle. We both wiggled through this field and came up with this one as our top pick. Geez, hard to believe. 4 wins in the last 5 races, and we figured this one might win.
Yeah, I think this one gets as good a shot as any. She's been kind of beating up on many of these in recent starts. She looks very good as well. Travis Cullen, part of the ownership group with his mom, Jody, who trains. 5-1 right now. I don't think there's any shot you're going to get close to 5-1 come post time.
No, should wiggle on down. Pretty low price. But look, the money came to Playdate. That's not even your second choice because we both went to Whole Lotta Rosie. And why not? Whole Lotta Rosie was pretty darn fine last race from a tougher spot.
I want me some Whole Lotta Rosie in here. Leaving right behind the car. She's an early speed threat where she was at the quarter last time out on top, 26-3, and then rode the pocket behind Beach Wiggle. Both of them. 4-1, 6-1. Crazy.
I was tempted to go to her on top, and then I thought, no. Look, Beach Wiggle beat her each of the last couple times. I know it's a bit better post time, but you know what? Beach Wiggle's probably just better. Whole Lotta Rosie. With things going her way, especially if Beach Wiggle ran into some kind of road trouble, because you do see the last time this one had a tough post position, post 7, 3 races to go. That's the non-win on the card. So there is a story to tell that Beach Wiggle could not win here, but 3-1 right now. It's a pretty balanced board, actually. I didn't think that would be the case. How about number 8, Playdate? Took a bunch of early money and now is 4-1.
I think is worth a long look in here. Daryl Thiessen, we mentioned, anytime he's got an outside post with gate speed, he's usually sending. Well, it didn't work out in the 6th race. They refunded for an unfair start. But I think Playdate for trainer Gary Murner. I think he's got some early speed to work with, so count on Daryl pointing right off the wings and finding a spot up close.
And then how about number 9, Calico Sealster? This is one that was good here 2 races ago. Last race just not as effective, but does show enough speed to maybe, with a trip, be a player for a share.
Kind of a disappointing 5th last time out after such a strong 2nd the start before where she just missed to Beach Wiggle. Now, I don't think there's a whole lot of speed that she can follow. The inside 2 do not show that they can get away up close. So Calico Sealster's got that going against her, but if she can find that form she showed two back, she could get a big chunk here at the longest shot price of 30-1.
I went to 2 Talbot Kristen as my one on the bottom of the ticket. Talbot Kristen's been out of the box, though, since last September, but I took a flyer because it does show some ability. You know that this race is the Sobera Law Derby, and, well, the lawyers are here, so we'd better keep it straight up. They're into the backstretch, this field, for race number 7. And Playdate isn't playing well. His off-strike recovers but spots the field about 15 lengths, and Beach Wiggle is going to stride up with a whole lot of Rosie, Espresso Beans, McWicked Move, and Twin Bee Bodacious, and then Talbot Kristen, Calico Sealster, and Bocacina. But it is right now Beach Wiggle who is able to get right out and grab the lead. A whole lot of Rosie, though, is in bloom early and is filling the pocket. Espresso Beans is third. Talbot Kristen on the outside. First up fourth, McWicked Move is moving from fifth, and then Calico Sealster. Twin Bee Bodacious as they race off the turn with Beach Wiggle leading the way. 28 opening quarter. Beach Wiggle 8-5 leads. Whole lot of Rosie, and Talbot Kristen's coming to call with McWicked Move making a move up on the outside. On the pylons is Espresso Beans. Then it is Calico Sealster, and back further to Twin Bee Bodacious, and then we've got Boca Chica and Playdate trying to get into it, but kind of rough-gated and trailing the field. And they work their way on into the backstretch. Beach Wiggle. Whole lot of Rosie is still in the pocket at 3-1 behind the 8-5 Beach Wiggle. And then Talbot Kristen third. Espresso Beans, McWicked Move is going to make a move out there and is out 3 wide and has come on to take over third. Now grabbing fourth Espresso Beans as Talbot Kristen has weakened to fifth, and Calico Sealster is sixth. Then Playdate, Twin Bee Bodacious, and Boca Chica 1:25 3, the three-quarter time of the 28 2/3 panel, as Beach Wiggle now has wiggled away to a lead of about 3.5. Whole lot of Rosie just trying to hold on to second. McWicked Move and Espresso Beans, and then Calico Sealster on down the stretch drive for Beach Wiggle. And Beach Wiggle, as they come on to the finish off that three quarters, 1:25 3, is going to win it under wraps and take it by 4. Whole lot of Rosie second. That Espresso Beans and McWicked Move 1:54 1. Beach Wiggle says, post schmost, I don't care. I'm just going to win.
When I looked at this program, making picks, and I said it can't be anything but 7-4. That exactor coming back at $17, Gary, is the gift of the night.
That's stealing. $2 gets you 17 on a race that those two were the top two, and I didn't think a whole lot of Rosie. I mean, as I mentioned, I thought of putting on top, and then I thought, no, that's not the right thought.
Yeah. No, 7-4. And I mean, if you're betting the gate call way when you're watching them move in behind the gate, I mean, you know the 8 is not going to be in play. I mean, Daryl Thiessen does not want to see another 8-hole tonight because he hasn't had a whole lot of luck. But you know the 8's not going to get a part of it when going in behind the gate. So if you're doing a gate call bet, it's all 7-4.
Well, 7-4, the top two, and they kind of stole $17. But don't worry, we got lawyers on hand because the 7th race is the Sobera Law Derby, so they're going to be here for a picture. But boy, Beach Wiggle just keeps on going, and
yeah,
Jody's certainly.
I love it when they show it on parade, right? I mean, this filly came out and she was so full of herself. Some horses just show it on track before a race that, yeah, I'm here. Let's get to it because I want to get my picture taken.
But at least Espresso Beans, one that none of us were interested in, and was bet at 9-1, landed a third, and then McWicked Move was fourth. So underneath the top two were ones we weren't talking about.
Right. Yeah, no, we couldn't find the ones underneath, but the top two certainly popped off the page. Espresso Beans, remember that angle a few weeks ago from the trailing spot to getting the nose back on gate? I guess you could find the 3 that way.
That's probably the only angle. And
Yeah,
sorry, Ron McDonald, you could just play on the connections as well.
true.
Well, Beach Wiggle is going to come back in front of us. A 3-year-old Sunshine Beach Bay filly owned by Travis and Jody and Ron Cullen. Jody Cullen's the trainer. Travis Cullen, winning driver. Ninth win this year. Ninth lifetime. Beach Wiggle takes the seventh race, the Sobera Law Derby. And the whole gang of lawyers out trackside for their seventh race photo. Seventh race payout, 7 Beach Wiggle, 543.10, 250. For a whole lot of Rosie, 410, 310, 3 Espresso Beans. Pays $3.90, $2 exactor, $17.40. Dollar try, $50.85. Dollar super, $207.20. 20-cent super, $41.44. Into the backstretch, this field for race. Seventh race. From the top down, 493-267-185. That's 493-267-185 on the bottom. on post parade for the 8th. One is Smells Like Teen Spirit, Austin Surrey for Robert Jarvis and Cecilia Richardson. Number 2 is Snake Eyes Head of our Lauren House for Melissa Loyer. Three is Windermere Classy, Paul McKenzie for Joe Pereira and Brian and Ira Wallach. 4 is Solid as a Brick House, Jason Ryan for Shane Barrington and Max Stable. 5 is Gin is Better, Eddie Hensley for Ashley Hensley. 6 is Muktuk Annie, Brady Golliers for Cameron McQueen. Number 7 is Gracie T, Daryl Thiessen for Lazy McCabe. 8 is Cool Cute Cookie, Sammy Filia for Jimmy Copley. And 9, Waiting on a Woman, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Ron Cullen. Field of 9, race number 8. Let's get right to it. And your top pick, Windermere Classy, Sugar.
Yeah, on the class drop. Hasn't raced in 3 weeks, but the form was pretty good in her latest 2 when she was on top most of the way for both 54-4 over Grand River, 55 and a piece over Georgian Downs, and she looks all right. Paul McKenzie on board for Joe Pereira, and I'll take 13-1 all day on this one.
Well, moving up in class, actually.
Was in the go for 10.
Yeah, but
and they thought better of it. They put her back in for 8. So kind of,
Yeah, but okay. Well, that was the winner's under. So I'll say move it up, and you can say move it down. And you know what? We'll average it out. It comes out to the same. But
let's just get her to the winner's circle.
Yeah, one thing I gotta say though about Windermere Classy, certainly the form is good of late and is likely going to be able to blast off the wings. So. And you do see 54-4 here 2 back, which certainly puts Windermere Classy right in the hunt. Paul McKenzie for Joe Pereira. I can see it. I mean, I'm just giving you a little bit of trouble here. How about number 9?
Know.
Well, yeah, I should. 9, Waiting on a Woman. Boy, this is one you could take at 8-1. I'll tell you.
Indeed, 17 for 22 in the top 3 this season. It's a trailing spot to overcome, but she is leaving behind a speedball and Smells Like Teen Spirit. I mean, she can really leave sharply in the early going. So Waiting on a Woman, I could see working out a pretty good trip from that trailing spot. Put her in the top 4 of the field through the front half, and she should be okay in here.
Boy, look at last race, man. The field came back to her because. Top of the stretch, 7th by 4, and ended up 3rd, beaten half a length. Only came home in 30, but the rest of the field was walking after getting to the half. Well, a quarter of 26 and a half of 54 and 3-1 to the field came back to her.
Right. When you see the $8,000 claimers getting up to 3/4 in 23, well, you saw what happened in race number 6 when the newcomer Seaside Flirt did it. She did it 23-4. And she couldn't win. They were home in 31 and a bit there. I mean, the 8 claimers can't get to 3/4 in 23 and expect to have something left.
Well, there's a reason why they're an 8 claimer. And look, number 4, Solid as a Brick House, has been solid of late and actually comes in off of a win in this very same class for Shane Barrington.
Yeah, I don't mind this one in here. She's another one that can leave enough to keep herself warm. Price is right, 11-1. There's some really good prices on some decent mares here. I mean, you're getting a dozen to 1 here. You're getting 7-1, Waiting on a Woman. It's a great betting board. I want in.
Now, the one that I did take on top, you can say that this one's moving up because that's the winner's under classification. Now moves to the straight 8s. But also comes in with 3 consecutive wins, and it's Melissa Loyer. And Snake Eyes Hanover is a lukewarm favorite at 5-2. I think you got to regard this one. It is a step up in class, but certainly if you're going to step up, do it off of 3 wins.
Right, I've got her pegged as a top 4 player. Lauren House has been in the winner's circle tonight for trainer Lindsay Kerr. Won it with Into It Big, the big 4-wide push. Confidence is riding very high for this 2 Snake Eyes Hanover right now. As you mentioned, a win tonight would make it 4 in a row.
Yeah, you got her pegged as a top 4. I got her pegged as the one to beat. Do you know who's a bit of a sleeper in here? Number 5, Gin Is Better. Raced well last race in this class, beaten a length and a quarter. And if you look down the page, you see this one was here June the 10th and was a winner in this class. And Gin Is Better is actually getting a fair amount of money. So even the sleeper status has dropped down because people have seen this one. And Eddie Hensley, Ashley Hensley, one of my favorite
Oh,
tandems.
the Hurricane. He can show up when you least expect it. I didn't expect to see her at 3-1. There are other better prices in here, but it should be a good one.
We might have a storm warning for this 8th race for a hurricane. It is a
Hey,
field of 9 for race number 8. Field for the 8th dash. Gathering speed. Approaching the start and they're off, and Gin Is Better, Windermere Classy, Snake Eyes Hanover, then Smells Like Teen Spirit and Solid as a Brick House, Mook Took Annie, Waiting on a Woman, then the trailing pair, Gracie T and Cool Cute Cookie, and as they sprint on around the turn, Windermere Classy has to take back because Snake Eyes Hanover is rolling. Snake Eyes Hanover rolls to a lead, and Windermere Classy a second. Gin Is Better just has 2 better right now, and is positioned to third in front of Smells Like Teen Spirit, who's racing fourth at 26-4. Opening panel put up by Snake Eyes Hanover in front of Windermere Classy. Gin Is Better, Smells Like Teen Spirit, and then Mook Took Annie now to the outside. Following is Waiting on a Woman, who's advancing now, and then Solid as a Brick House, Gracie T, as they work their way up towards the half off that 26-4 opening panel, and then on the inside, Cool Cute Cookie. But it is Snake Eyes Hanover who is 5-1 on the board, leading on down the backstretch off that 56-3. And Windermere Classy second. Gin Is Better is getting better on the outside and is moved up and is sharing second with Windermere Classy. That pair is in behind. Snake Eyes Hanover leads by a couple of lengths. Mook Took Annie, Smells Like Teen Spirit, Waiting on a Woman, and then Gracie T, Solid as a Brick House, and Cool Cute Cookie in the field is about to turn from 3/4, 125-1. There goes Mook Took Annie at 5-1, looking to come on the outside, but it is still Snake Eyes Hanover who's rolling. Snake Eyes Hanover, Windermere Classy, then Gin Is Better. Out wide, Waiting on a Woman is kicking wide and coming on, and then Mook Took Annie on down the stretch. Right they come. Snake Eyes Hanover and Lauren House on the outside, Waiting on a Woman. Snake Eyes Hanover is going to win. Waiting on a Woman's a closing second. Then it was Mook Took Annie and Windermere Classy. Snake Eyes Hanover. Did I really get 5-1 on my top pick? What is going on, Sugar?
you did too. I mean, the price went up when they got rolling behind the gate. I mean, she was the favorite all along, and I was kind of scratching my head thinking why. And well, it's because Gary Guy had her picked on top, and yeah, they got away from her.
No, the
When they
price.
moved in behind the gate, she rose up to a 5-1 price, and yeah, nice pick here.
No, the price went up when they realized I was picking her. That's what drove her up. And so, hey, fine. Let's just get a nice little 5-1. Look, Snake Eyes Hanover, I mentioned, moves up in class and off of 3 straight wins. Well, now it's 4 straight wins, but I got to tell you, I got all day long for Melissa Loyer, and she sends them out ready to rock and roll, and this horse was rocking.
Yeah, I mean, Lauren House had a game plan. He had the 3 and 5 leaving with him, and there was no way Lauren was taking back. I mean, this horse is on her game right now with 3 straight victories. Now it's 4 with the win tonight. Lauren driving for the double, and Lauren on the lead on a B track in Ontario. It's usually a pretty good bet.
Waiting on a Woman was a big closer last time out and came flying again late to pick up a second. So really nice form on this one. Look, it's a tough post assignment, but I think Travis probably fairly happy with a second in there. And this is a horse now that has 5 consecutive top 3 finishes. Waiting on a Woman, 9-1. Those are 2 prices that floor me, that the 2 and the 9. Because that's my top 2. So I gave you the exactor
Wow.
at 5-1 and 9-1.
You just went ice cold for a $68 exactor. Nice one.
My, oh my. Every once in a while, like I show up just for something
Oh.
new. And so does Lauren House more than every once in a while. He's got himself a 300 driving average on the year. Snake Eyes Hanover, 6-year-old betting line, bay mare. Melissa Loyer. the trainer and owner, Lauren House, making the winner's circle his home here at Grand River Raceway. Mile of 155 and 3. Sixth win this year, 23rd lifetime. Eighth race, number 2, Snake Eyes Hanover, 1350, 690, 440. 9, Waiting on a Woman, 1140 and 620. 6, Muktuk Annie, 450. $2 exactor, 67.50. Dollar try, 308.65. The 20-cent super, 442.86. Fans note in race 10, we'll have a driver to be announced on 7 Coal Creek Pantera. Race 10, 7 Coal Creek Pantera, driver to be announced. Eighth race. Order of finish from the top, 914-673-582. That's 914-673-582 on the bottom. Fans note in race 10, 7 Coal Creek Pantera, Paul McKenzie will drive. Paul McKenzie drives the 7 in the 10. On post parade 1, Aaron Wood, Big Mac, Lauren House for David Omicelli. Number 2, Stroker Austin. Sorry for Gary Rive and Ashley and Matthew Rive Bohanec. Number 3, DA Let's Boogie, Sammy Filia for Luke Bland, Cozen Farms. Number 4 is Dad, Paul McKenzie for Dr. Ian Moore and William and James McKenzie. Number 5 is Long Shot Panic, Nick Boyd for Wayne Smith. Number 6, Parlay King, Travis Cullen for Bill Budd and Jason Batter and Greg McNair and C.E. Lawrence and G.A. Lawrence. Number 7, Arson Sealster, Daryl Thiessen for Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton and Daryl Tingley and Dwayne Tingley. And number 8 is Laser, Pretty Gollier for Cassidy Schneider, Colonel Schneider Jr. 9 is Moon Lover Bovino, Travis Henry for Clifford McGuire and Nancy McGuire. It's a field of 9 for race number 9. Let's get a look at this field. And, well, who should we look at first? Maybe the 3 horse.
The one that pops off the page, Gary. 3 in a row coming in. Latest to be in a 151-3 win, just to tick off his lifetime best taken at the big track. DA Let's Boogie, for sure, the one to beat, 3-5, and yeah, he's probably going to go away at that, or even like a 1-5 or 2-5. He pops off the page.
You know, and the shame of it is, there's some nice horses in here, but it's just he's on a heater. DA Let's Boogie, and Luke Blay, Sammy Filia got the connections. A $200,000 yearling purchase back as a young'un, and now DA Let's Boogie's a 4-year-old. But look, it's just all coming up for DA Let's Boogie right now, 3-5. But if we're looking for who to use underneath, I am shocked at the lack of respect for Arson Sealster. Well, he was second to DA Let's Boogie each of the last 3 starts, and yet he's 40-1 on the board.
Yeah, I don't get that. I mean, a runner-up finisher in 4 of his last 5, and as you mentioned, a runner-up finisher in each of his last 3. So this 3-5 favorite that we're talking about, Arson Sealster came from way back. I mean, he closed up huge, went from 6th to 2nd through the stretch drive in his latest, his back half 55-2. He was a price player that night, 25-1. I don't think he can win it. But if he ever did, and he paid $50-some on the nose, I mean, that would be unbelievable.
Aaronwood Big Mac is one that at times earlier in his career, I thought he's going to develop into a really nice horse. Now, this is the second start off a layoff, and he raced pretty legitimately here in a no-winners at 2 last race to finish second to a Better Talker. Now moves up a level, gets the inside. But this is one that's got some credentials, and Lauren House has been rolling of late.
Lauren's been rolling. Aaron Beat Mac, you mentioned it, the second start back off a layoff. He didn't get away all that well last time out, so that had him moving first up for a long ways. He won't be able to do that kind of trip with this field, but if he can leave enough to sit 2 or 3 early, then you don't got to move. I mean, leave enough to be up close and just ride along and follow a helmet for a while and see what you get.
I might be one of the only Canadians that has never had a Big Mac.
Imagine.
Yeah, imagine that. But
I worked at McDonald's in my teens. I had a few Big Macs in my day.
Oh, well, a few. 3 or 4. Look, how about number 4, Dad? And, well, you get Paul McKenzie or Dr. Ian Moore. This one make just a second start of the year. The first one wasn't great, June the 6th, and then has been out of the box since then. But also, take a look down the page at some of his miles as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, very nice animal last season. Banked 60-some quietly. Colt son of Poppy, Rob Hanover. The Connections wouldn't have been happy with that first start on his 3-year-old season, so they're looking for an easier spot, maybe to have some bounce back potential. Dad, worth a look in here, but very tough to go against the 3, DA Let's Boogie.
Yeah,
You mentioned, not a heater.
Oh yeah, and look, this one shows a mile of 50 and 4 last year, and they had him in Champlain and the Nassagawa, and that was in anometers too. In fact, it was in the Breeders' Crown. Now it didn't fare well, but he's got some what you call credentials. But that last race has steered some people away from Dad 5-1. He's actually now a co-second choice, but it's all for Da Let's Boogie. We'll see if he boogies. It is a field of 9. It is race number 9, and the field is getting ready to roll.
Those 8 holes tonight, Gary. Oh,
Not working.
they're having some poor luck.
No, it's off stride is number 8 Laser, and the field is moving towards the start. And the field for the 9th race in position, all except Laser, who's way back at the start and blasting out now. Charging early. There is Dad, and also coming out Long Shot Panic. Dad and Long Shot Panic, and then Stroker. And then racing fourth is Da Let's Boogie, Moon Lover Bovino, Arson Sealster, Aaronwood Big Mac, and Parlay King. But Dad and Paul McKenzie has got the front, and then racing second, Stroker at 25-1. Dad is 4-1 on the board, and then it is a Long Shot Panic, who's at 9-1 right now, racing third. As working on the outside is Da Let's Boogie. Opening quarter was 26-1. The inquiry sign is up and pertains to the start, and Dad has got the lead and wins it by a length and 3/4. Leads a length and 3/4. Stroker. Then on the inside, Long Shot Panic, and now steadily progressing. Da Let's Boogie, but still has work to do, and has been out for a piece already, and is not advancing. It is about 4.5 off the lead. And then Moon Lover Bovino down to the inside is Arson Sealster. Then Parlay King and Aaronwood Big Mac, but Dad is starting to get away a little bit. Of a half of 54-1. Dad leads it. Da Let's Boogie now is boogied up to take over second. Has some work to do, but now appears to have a full head of steam. Moon Lover Bovino is moving up and taking over third, and racing for this Parlay King. Dad leads it on by 3/4. The advantage for Dad is about 3.5. Moon Lover Bovino is charging on the outside. Moon Lover Bovino is at 15-1 and has taken second. Da Let's Boogie is third. Parlay King. Arson Sealster is on fire late, and then Aaronwood Big Mac on down the stretch drive. They come off 3/4 at 122-3, and it is Dad as they come on down the stretch drive up the inside. Da Let's Boogie. Da Let's Boogie. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Da Let's Boogie comes on by to win. Dad was second. Aaronwood Big Mac and Arson Sealster 152-3. It took a while to happen, but Da Let's Boogie sugar.
Da Let's Boogie got his groove on late. He was roughed up early. Sammy had a hard time, kind of figuring out the early portion of that race. Dad put up the ambitious opening quarter, 26-1, and wasn't letting up. Get down to the half, 54-1, and Da Let's Boogie kind of half in, half out for much of that first half, and then when they turned for home, Dad, he may have been on fumes, and Da Let's Boogie, after being roughed up, he still had enough to go on by. They got home in 30 seconds. Not a big back quarter, but a big, big trip by Da Let's Boogie, who's on a roll.
He's on a heater, and look, I'm sure that Dr. Moore will be a lot happier with Dad, because that was a really nice one that got by, and Dad did a lot of work. He did some serious fractions, 22-3, 122-3 at 3/4. He had a license to give it up, and he only gave it up to one horse, so they got to be happy. Aaronwood Big Mac did come on and munch up some ground late to pick up a third.
He raced well. He came from a long ways back. Of course, the back half is 58, right? So it would set up for a closer or two. Arson Sealster, he was coming on pretty good late in the mile. And you mentioned Dad. He didn't give it up that bad as right. For putting up a big half of 54-1, we don't see that kind of speed, especially for one just making his second start on his 3-year-old season. So it's a good turnaround race for Dad after a disappointing trip in his season debut. So I'm sure Dr. Ian Moore would be happy with that trip. But Da Let's Boogie, the best horse, maybe won it.
And came down to 1-5, and that's not surprising. But you know what?
Right.
Dad made him earn it at least.
Did too. Dad was kind of giving Sammy fits in the early going, because Sammy wasn't quite sure what to expect. Should I keep on rolling on the outside? Should I try and go after Dad? But Sammy just laid back enough to let Dad come back to him.
It's a 3-4-1-7. Number 3, DA Let's Boogie. 4-year-old Dancin' Lupe, gelding by Cozen Farms, trained by Luke Blay. Sammy Fillion, the winning driver. 5th win this year out of 9 season starts. 12th win lifetime. And the 4th win in a row. DA Let's Boogie, 152-3. Fans note the judges will refund 8 Laser outside of the fair start pole at the start of the race. Refund number 8 Laser. Ninth race payouts 3, DA Let's Boogie, 260, 210, 210. For Dad, 380, 280. 1 Aaronwood, Big Mac, 320. $2 exact rate, $30. Trash, $16. Super, 50, 385. 20-cent Super, 1077. Ninth race Silver finished in the top. 381-275-4. DNF 6. That's 381-275-4-6. Refund 8. Laser. Field on post parade for the 10th. 1. Carson's Buck and Go. Birdie LeCain for Greg McNair and David Carson.
3 next.
And number 3, Sweet View. Austin Sorry for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. Number 4, Starbright Dancer, Nick Boyd for Rod Boyd and a numbered company from Ottawa. Number 5, Stay Humble, Daryl Thiessen for Austin McEnany and David Ducharme and Zachary Zanuzzi. Number 6, Wicked Jewels, Sammy Fillion for Jamie Copley and Kimberly Eaton and Daryl Tingley and Dwayne Tingley. Number 7, Coal Creek Pantera, Paul McKenzie for Big Putty and Lipco Incorporated. Number 8 is Relentless, Brady Collier for Cassidy Schneider and Mickey Sudar and John Dewick. 9 is Strongman Header, Jason Ryan for Josh McKibben and Murray Cox. Absent is 2, Boot Hill Huddy, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen. There's 4, Starbright Dancer, Nick Boyd for Rod Boyd. Let's get a look at this field. And we shall start with number 9, Strongman Hanover. There's your look at 2, Boot Hill Huddy, by the way. Boot Hill Huddy, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and A1 Stable. And the first one we'll look at is number 9, Strongman Hanover. And why not look at Strongman Hanover? Because 3 to 5 of the board, crushing, dominated effort last time out, and 51-2.
Yeah, those last 2 victories were off a layoff, so took a few months to freshen up this spring. He come back very sharp to win those last 2 quite easily, as you mentioned. The only downside for this horse is the trailing spot tonight, though he has come from a long ways back. His seasonal well, not a season debut, but his return to racing action in June. He was sitting 8th by 12 at the half and closed up well to win it. So, I think this horse can win from anywhere.
Yeah, and he was off the pace and then threw a 26-4 third panel last time out to get up into the hunt and then come on by and win and go away to not just win but crush. So despite the post, we both like this one, but we don't like 4 to 5. So if we went shopping elsewhere, we both think Sweet View is the one we would be sweetest on.
Yeah, Austin gets along great with this 4-year-old son of Sweet Lou. Austin loves him, by the way. He won with him, I believe, in the Ontario Regional Driving Championship, and he hopped off, and he said he could have went quicker with him. Well, he's gone quicker with Austin now. 52-2, third best finish in the latest. Was up against it with Strongman Hanover last time, but I'm expecting another spot up close. He had the pocket ride last time out, and 23-1, big price on this horse right now. And I like his chances, and I love that price.
Yeah, beaten only 3/4 to a
Right.
Strongman Hanover 2 back, last time 5 back, but still. He's got the credentials and things are going in the right direction. So if you're not sweet on 4 to 5, you could be sweet on 21-1.
Yeah, one of the longest shots on the board. Insane.
Yeah, and Wicked Jewels is the one we both have as next best. And look, Wicked Jewels is a bit win shy, 2 wins in 40, but is one that shows some speed, 52-3 last time out.
Copley is a trainer that when I see his name in the program, I immediately put a circle around the horse. It's where I'm going to place the horse in my selections that I'm not quite sure of. Well, I think he measures up pretty good with this field. I've got him pegged as a top 3 threat, and he's going in the right direction, showing that 52-3 speed to be 5th in the latest. Now, Sweet View was finishing 3rd ahead of him. So I figured Sweet View
Yeah,
17 to 1, and now you're getting 10 to 1 for Wicked Jewels. I would think those odds should be reversed.
this is certainly a horse on the improve. This is the third start for Jamie
Yeah.
with Wicked Jewels, and so people are probably climbing aboard that and can race from on or off the pace, but certainly did flash some gate speed here, 26 and 3, 2 back. One more to touch on. How about, well, give me a quick thought on Relentless and Cold Creek Pantera.
You got to use the 8. It is an outside post, but he's got gate speed, and he's got a barn mate towards the inside that if he gets parked out early, the room is probably going to open up for him, and then that's the 7-horse Cold Creek Pantera. Thiessen, a shot for Putty to round out the high five.
Yeah, and look, 7 to 1. Nice price on Relentless at 23 to 1. No
Huge.
price though on Strongman Hanover is holding strong at even money, and understandably, but has the trailer post. It's a field of 9. It's the 10th and final dash on a wonderful Wednesday. The field is wending their way towards the start. And the field for the 10th race is at the start of the rough. Wicked Jewels is going to come out strongly. Star Bright Dancer, Sweet View on the inside. Boot Hill Huddy is racing fourth. Strongman Hanover from the second tier is right now in mid-pack fifth. And then it is Carson's Buck and Go. And Relentless. And then it is back to Stay Humble. And Cold Creek Pantera is back trailing the field. Wicked Jewels at 7 to 1's got the lead. Sweet View's got a good view in the pocket. And racing third is Star Bright Dancer. Strongman Hanover is still working on the outside and is going to get covered. Popping out quickly comes Sweet View. Sweet View is going to drive up for Austin Sorry and clear to the front. Sweet View now Strongman Hanover strongly moving on the outside and wants to try to clear before the turn. Strongman Hanover is taken over. Sweet View second. Wicked Jewels is third. 27 to 1 the opening quarter. Star Bright Dancer fourth to the inside. Outside position fifth is Boot Hill Huddy, followed by Carson's Buck and Go. Then Stay Humble and back to Relentless and Cold Creek Pantera. The field works their way on down the backstretch. 57.5 time. Strongman Hanover 2 to 5 on the board. Now there goes Boot Hill Huddy moving up. And Boot Hill Huddy is getting those boots closer with every step. And now is moving up and is on even terms with Strongman Hanover. Strongman Hanover getting a strong challenge from Boot Hill Huddy, who's stuck ahead in front. Those two are separating from the field. Carson's Buck and Go is third. Sweet View is dropped back to fourth, and kicking in late is Relentless. Strongman Hanover isn't going down easily. Boot Hill Huddy, they share the lead as they turn for home. Carson's Buck and Go third, 125 and 3 the three-quarter time. Then Relentless and Sweet View and a late push from Stay Humble on down the stretch ride. Boot Hill Huddy on the outside. On the inside, Strongman Hanover. Boot Hill Huddy and Strongman Hanover. Boot Hill Huddy might have gotten the better of Strongman Hanover. It's a tight photo finish. Carson's Buck and Go and Relentless 153 and 4 the 10th dash, and we had ourselves a 2-horse race hard for a good chunk of the mile. But I thought maybe Boot Hill Huddy at the finish maybe planted a nose on the wire in front, but you know what? It's a close one, Sugar.
It's close, but I think you're right. I think the 2, Boot Hill Huddy, got up in time to win it. What a great battle through that final half. And that's got to be a huge final half to be charted for the 2-horse. I mean, that horse came from a long ways back, and he just wouldn't give in, wouldn't give up, but neither would the 9. I mean, give it up for both of them. They put on quite a show.
Yeah, and the thing with Boot Hill Huddy, made a break last time out, but interference break, so you had to kind of note that. The mile before that was 52 and 2. That was in a non-winners of 3. So, you know, is one that's probably, if you glance at it now, is dropping. It's just that, man, there's some other ones to like more. But Boot Hill Huddy, when he came to call, he really came to call. Full marks for Strongman Hanover. He really gave a strong effort.
Yeah, Strongman Hanover, he was out a long ways early in the mile, and then I thought when he grabbed control and the half was only 57 flat, I said, they're not going to touch this horse. But then Boot Hill Huddy goes into play, and he had a big speed burst down the backside, and I thought, I wonder if he's going to tail off any. He wouldn't tail off. He wouldn't go away. He just wore down the favorite and broke the heart, right? Took
Yeah,
his heart away through the stretch and got the job done.
and the thing about Strongman Henry, he did have to work quite a bit to get that lead. Like he did
Yeah,
expend some energy because trailer post, he had to work on the outside. He was, getting about 3/8 of a mile on the outside before he finally cleared.
true enough. You got a couple of favorites really in the top two spot, but look at the big numbers underneath,
You
Gary.
got your Relentless on the ticket. Your fourth choice
Yeah.
landed fourth. Nice job with that one, Sugar. Well, you know what? We'll talk to you again Friday and study up that program.
You bet. Take care.
It's a 291-85 top five, and back in front of us is number 2, Boot Hill Huddy, 5-year-old vintage master brown gelding by A1 stable, trained by Jody Cullen. Travis Collins, the winning driver. It is the driving double for Travis Cullen in the evening, and it's the third win for Boot Hill Huddy this season, and 9th lifetime, mile of 153 and 4. Fans of the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to number 1, Carson's Buck and Go. The inquiry sign goes up pertaining to the 1. Judges reviewing to see if there was an infraction between the 1, Carson's Buck and Go, and 8, Relentless. Fans, the judges ruling that there were no violations. On the board, we have 29185. That's 29185 on the bottom. Tenth race payouts to Boot Hill Huddy, 933.50, 279. Strongman Hanover, 222.10. One Carson's Buck and Go, 860. $2 race actor, 1660. Dollar try, 62.20. 20-cent high five, 1,852.73. 20-cent pick three is 8.29. The 20-cent pick four, 37.25. And a dollar pick five of 681.55. Tenth race order finish from the top is at 317-956-842. That's 317-956-842 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Wednesday evening. Action resumes on Friday, first dash of 6:20 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody.